Competition starts.
Greetings to all of our viewers and all the teams. We are live from Tallinn, Estonia in CTF Tech headquarters in collaboration with Hack in the Box and Cyberhunt Technologies. StarTech signal has been given to the cyber battle of the Emirates 2020. We have 15 teams lined up to compete from all around the world, from United Arab Emirates, Germany, Italy, Estonia, Belgium, Hong Kong, Indonesia and the Philippines. So 15 teams have already started to hunt on the flags. I will go over some basic rules and guidelines for the teams. All teams, you have exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes to finish phase 1. This is the first phase of the day. The stakes are low. One task is rewarded only 50 points, but the rewards will grow as the day goes on, and the rewards in phase 2 and phase 3 will be doubled. You can pick any task from phase 1, but the limit of tasks you can have open simultaneously is 5. So if you want to open another task, you will have to close one of those tasks, one of those 5 you have open, and this will cost you a penalty. So think about it before you do it. There will be a smaller penalty. If you get stuck with a task, you can always take a hint, and we recommend you to do that rather than to stay stuck with a task for a long time, but a hint will also cost you some points. After phase 1 is completed, by 1:30 p.m., that is Gulf time, we will have a short recap, and then after a pause of 15 minutes, we will continue with phase 2. Now, to all of our viewers, I welcome you once again to the Cyber Battle of the Emirates 2020. This live stream will now go on for up to 7 hours. We will have interviews with the teams we recorded prior to this competition. We will get to know them. We will have, of course, expert commentary on the CTF and the team's progress. So, from us here at CTF Tech, we wish you happy flag hunting and stay tuned. As you can see, we already have some quick points, and the podium has been filled. Boys, Team 0 and ZenHack currently all at the same ranking of 50 points. So great job. It seems like the second task of phase 1 has been proven to be maybe the easiest or maybe the most approachable for the team. So they all were rewarded 50 points for the second task of phase 1. So to all the viewers, you might wonder what those orange and green blips mean. The green blip means that a task has been finished. Duck, duck, no has also finished the second task for 50 points as we speak. So the green blip means that a task has been finished and points have been rewarded for it. The orange task means that the task has been opened and they are working on the task as we speak. So right now, all the teams have opened, not all, but most of the teams have opened 5 tasks, which is maximum, with an exception of Duck, Duck, No, who are working on 3 tasks simultaneously. So different strategies, and we will see which proves to be the best strategy at the end of the day. So Team 0 in the lead with 100 points. Good job. We are all really excited that all of you came on board, although most of you even cannot be in the same room with your teammates. But let's have a look at the good old days last year where we all could come together in Abu Dhabi.
Hey guys, so this is Capture the Flag. A live hacking competition where the best hackers from around Southeast Asia are competing for a spot at Cyber Week finals where they're going to be winning $100,000, baby.
لسه هتقعد تكتب يا أخي ما we did it in front of you together.
Thinking of getting the first place in CTF.
فبنشوف منو بيفوز ومنو بيخسر. هذه البداية.
Because I love hacking. Hello, my name is Ibrahim Al-Azi. I'm 12 years old. I'm here to train for the upcoming Cyber Week and hopefully winning and going to Amsterdam to participate in that Cyber Week. I feel like I'm not going to be the first. It's only a chance. And I think that I'd be happy if I took second or third. I wouldn't say it's going great. I know half of the stuff, but the other half I'm just doing what's on the screen and learning from there. I think I'm crossing the line where you would call me an intermediate, but I'm still a beginner. A lot of emotions. I'm mostly happy, nervous, anxious, because I accidentally chose the advanced route instead of the normal route, and that I had more of the age group with me. Yeah, that I managed to befriend the person sitting right next to me. Do you know what this is called?
Yes, that's gufra. I don't know how to pronounce it.
It's actually a ghitra.
Ghitra, yes.
Yeah, you can.
We sat together at the table and I'm still having some issues with my account, and we're sharing his screen so that I can also go through the exercise. He's kind enough to help me out with this. I'm here to try to see if I can maybe make a slight shift in my professional career. You know what they say, technology doesn't have an age, and kids nowadays are fast learners. Actually, my first reaction, I was surprised. I could not have imagined myself at this age doing these things here. I'm actually 29, so so I guess
Totally more than double.
totally more than that. Yeah.
وقال أنا رابعة واحد آخر سنة جامعة جالس عندي. ما كنت متخيلة بس كنت دائما واثقة أنه عنده يعني في هالمجال هو ها مجاله. بدال ما نهده بروحه ويعني بعده صغير يعني ما تقدر تهده بروحه. انا وريمي وبنتيني وانتي وبنت اختي بعد عشان يساندون ابراهيم. كل حد الكبار الصغار كلهم يقولون يلا ابراهيم حل مشكله الموبايل. وفكك لابتوبي فككاه كامل وركباه من اول. والله ما اشتغل بس ركباه صح.
But there is a lot of good people, so it will be a huge challenge.
Yes, to be honest, actually I'm also surprised that they are really, really good.
Everybody were here a bit scared.
We are live from CTF Tech in Tallinn, Estonia. Next to me is Dmitry Stolyarov, one of the organizers of this CTF. Hello, Dmitry.
Hello.
Or as friends call you, Dimka.
Yes, yes.
Dimka is here with us. How are you happy with the results and the progress of the teams after the first 22 minutes?
Well, yeah, 1/3 of the first phase is already done in time-wise. We see that we have a leader with 2 tasks, 2 solved tasks. So the overall score is 100 for the leader. They use 0 hints. So they may be building the strategy how to solve the task. So we might see in the future, I think, some of the hints being used.
Sure. Now, as to the viewers, I think for most of them, these are just green and orange blips. And now we have some task titles here. Can we open a task to see the description, and maybe you can go through some basics of what the teams have to do with a certain task?
Sure. So from the first phase we're currently in, let's pick the task named Tunneled Data. So this is before...
So this is player view, right?
This is player view, yes. This is a view that everybody sees, and once you pick the tasks, you have to click the button Start Solving to get the description of the task. So in our case, we picked the tunnel data task. The description is, the IT department analyzed this file and identified that some traffic was tunneled out of the network. They could not identify what it was. Can you help them with the packet capture analysis? And the question is, so you have to get the network capture file and start searching for some patterns or some strings, which will give you idea about the description of the question.
So this is a typical situation in the real world as well.
Yes, yes, because usually the good guys, the bad guys, they're trying to play the cat and mouse game. The bad guys are hiding some malicious traffic in the different protocols, in different packets, and the good guys, they have to find this malicious traffic. So this is exactly the task which shows the real world situation or scenario.
In the meantime, the leader score has been taken up to 150 or 200.
200
as we speak. And the leading team, can we check out the podium view? To see who is the leader. Is it somebody, some phoenix risen from the dust, or are we still, do we still have the same leading team?
And this shows that if we have 200 points, that means we have 4 tasks solved without any hints.
Yep, so great job. We will bring back the podium view pretty soon. But right now, Dimka, this is probably the most we can show right now from tunnel data, because we cannot give an advantage to some teams who have not opened it yet. Yes, so this will be all right.
Yes.
So thank you, Dimka.
Yeah, thank you,
we will have some more expert commentary with CTF organizer Dmitry Stolerov in a short time. So we brought back the podium view. As you can see, the team with 200 points who rumbled the notification alarms is ZenHack. So great job, ZenHack. As you can see, some teams have already finished tunnel data. This was the task that we just spoke with Dmitry about. So Sarsec, already a green blip here at tunnel data, and also I think Team Zero. Yes, Team Zero has also finished tunnel data, so great job with the task, and happy hunting. So as you can see, ZenHack is in the lead with 200 points still. So these guys from Italy have truly found their Zen. Great job. We've had a good chance to talk with some people behind this event, behind the organizing of this event. Those two companies are CTF Tech and Cyberhunt Technologies, and we spoke with Mr. Andrus Kivisaar and Mr. Lauri Allman from Cyberhunt Technologies. So let's see what they had to say about the trends in cybersecurity and CTF world in general. Joining us here at the CTF Tech headquarters in Tallinn are the two co-founders of Cyberhunt Technologies, Mr. Andrus Kivisaar and Lauri Allman. Good day, guys.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
The same time last year we were in Abu Dhabi. We were in this beautiful hotel, the Emirates Palace. Hundreds of people in one room. And right now we are in the circumstances of Corona, so everything is still happening. Do we actually need or needed to get together for a CTF at all?
I'm not going to lie to you, it feels different this year, but so many other things feel. But I think what is great about this year's Cyber Battle of the Emirates is that we can still do it. We do it online. This is what we do. We need to adapt. I think this is the symbol of vitality of this competition. No matter what, we still are going to do it, and we as a company are determined to do it. And we're so glad that we have still so many people.
Yeah, I think that the fact that it is happening despite all the things that are happening around in the world, then I think that the interest towards the competition is still on the rise, and I think that we have so many teams signed up this year, so that I think that that next year I think the competition will be even greater.
And to your question, of course, it's great to meet. And this sense of community that we had last year in during the Cyber Battle of the Emirates, that was just wonderful. The venue, the Emirates Palace in Abu Dhabi, I think this is one of the most beautiful hotels in the whole world. This time we are online, but look at the benefits of this. We had maybe just 2 or 3 international teams participating last year. This year it is an international competition. As Andrus said, we had, I think, candidates from 40 different countries who wanted to participate in this competition. We were able to receive only 15, and we still have, representatives from, I think you know better, but Singapore, Malaysia, India, of course, United Arab Emirates, Estonia naturally, but so many other countries.
Germany, Belgium.
So there were 25 teams and altogether 125 players from 40 different countries who actually signed up for the CTF. The demand is a lot bigger than actually we can serve to, since we all know only 15 of the teams can compete. So what are you going to do about the demand?
Well, of course, we are going to try to facilitate all the interested players and then teams in the future games. And I think that you are right. The demand and the interest towards CTFs is rapidly growing, and I think that the building of the community is important. And I think that the CTFs as such, as a game format, are giving also the ability to actually involve younger generation already at schools to these type of competitions. And then the great example of that was the Cyber Battle of Tartu that we had here in a couple of weeks ago, where actually the winning teams are playing also in the Cyber Battle of the Emirates. So I think that we cannot kind of underestimate the necessity of actually bringing it more closer to the students and participants.
Speaking of the Cyber Battle of Tartu, for instance, what does a country have to do to actually find that talent?
I think first thing is that we need to realize that the cyber threat has grown so large that we need to take a generation to go and work with them early on. What was the biggest surprise to us from Cyber Battle of Tartu? We first thought that our mission is to find talent. that we need to find these talented kids who sit at homes and would like to solve CTFs and are dealing in cybersecurity. And this is true to a certain extent. We found a lot of people and young people who were interested. But what was most surprising to me was that we had sign-ups from people who had almost no experience in cyber, but they still were interested. We had them in boot camps, and in a very short period of time, actually they were, participating in CTF on command line and contributing to this exercise on almost at par with some of their friends who are more experienced. So I think one of the keys is also not to think that we need to find that, non-existing or existing somewhere in our minds talent. I think we need to make young people interested, to demystify the complexity around it, and to send the message that everybody can be a hacker on the side of good ones.
So, if we're talking about the Cyber Battle of Emirates, 2 years in a row an Estonian company has organized it. The link between Estonia and the Emirates, for instance, rather than except being in almost the same time zone, it's not like the most obvious link between two countries. So what is the connection between Estonia and the Emirates?
I think there are more connections than one can immediately say, but I think what we like about the Emirates and what we feel very comfortable also here in Estonia is the spirit of innovation. And if you go in Abu Dhabi, if you go in Dubai, if you go in Al Ain, all those Emirates, you see that it is very much like what we're used to in Estonia. People want to innovate, they want to experiment with new technologies, they want to encourage young people to participate in the development of the country. We are building our countries, we are innovating our countries both. We have experiences, Emirates has experiences, and through this exchange, like this competition, Cyber Battle of the Emirates or Cyber Battle of Tartu, or the whole series of Cyber Battle, this is one of the great initiatives of just being innovative countries who just want to work together. And this is great about today's world. You don't need to live next door to actually have a meaningful and deep cooperation.
Andrus, as a cybersecurity businessman, what is your relationship with the UAE?
Well, first of all, of course, we are very pleased and honored to do it as a second year on a row, as you mentioned, and I hope that this cooperation will continue and we will be able to do it more and more. And UAE has been for us definitely innovation driver, as Lauri mentioned, that the whole country actually strives toward the innovative solutions, and I think that a lot of our technology and the visualizations that we have for our cyber range and the cyber battlefields is actually have been contributed a lot by the UAE, and I think that it is important to sort of keep the company going with this type of good cooperations and kind of forward-looking customers.
Speaking about technology, what is special about the technology that is used in Cyber Battle of the Emirates, which is developed by you?
One of the parts of the innovation is regarding the visualization is also the ability to make it understandable for the users, and as Dylan has mentioned also that years ago all the cyber competitions and CTFs might look like a bunch of people in the room sending emails to each other, but now with the visualization and making it more understandable, we have overcome the difficulty of understanding what is actually happening during the competitions, and I think it's a key part also for involving or making an interest in the younger generation, so that they actually can understand and follow the game and see what is happening, and that makes it much more exciting and curious.
And here's the request to all our viewers who follow us online. If you have further ideas how to improve the visualization, how to tell the story of the competition, then drop us an email or put it even in the comments, and And then we would be more than grateful, because one of the missions that we have is try to put complex concepts into a simple, understandable story. And to be able to tell the story of cyber competition will help us to make those competitions much more fun. As it was with Cyber Battle of Tartu, we actually built the scenario around hacking of various elements of the city. Our plan is actually to go ahead and create a series of CTFs that would play through a whole hack the city scenario that we can further develop. So stay tuned on that. All the ideas are welcome, and let's just make it even better.
Having done numerous NATO level exercises, large trainings, why do you look at the field of working with young hackers?
But we need the next generation, and this is so exciting and interesting to actually grow the next generation of cyber defenders. I think again this is part of our mission. We need to start early. As we said, the threat is already so complex that we need to start growing the next generation of defenders when they are in high school, because when they reach the university level, when they reach to, I don't know, conscription in army, it's too late already. We need them to get involved as early as possible. So this is one of the reasons. And this, by the way, it's much more fun.
And as you have also said yourself, that there is always too few hackers on the good side.
That's true. That's true. That is always true. So to sum it up, what lies ahead in the field in general and in the things you are working on at the moment?
Definitely have more competitions involving more participants, growing the community, and I think that kind of taking this mission of involving the young generation further.
I think one of the things what we want to do is to move from these one-off events and competitions, which are great and interesting, and we should definitely keep going on those, to actually build a platform where people can join in all around the world, practice, prepare for the competitions, exchange ideas, also importantly create tasks, because we want that sharing to be going on also. New scenarios, new storylines for competitions. This is all that. This is what we are seeing today. Is hopefully just the beginning, and we are at the verge of creating a great new platform and community for CTF.
Thank you so much for joining, Andrus Kivisaar and Lauri Alman.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We are live from Tallinn with the producer of this CTF, Hans Logas. Hans, how do you like what you see?
This is this is super exciting. I mean, look at the first three. These teams are really acing it, I think is the correct term for this.
Well, you know, it's an all green for Zenhack from Italy, right?
So I think they're going for Espresso now from Italy, the team Zenhack, because they, of course, phase one is not the most difficult phase of the CTF. Let me just give you a small hint. It's just the beginning. But it seems for Zenhack it was nicely doable, and that means as a reward they get a little bit of longer time to take a break before the next phase starts, because actually we still have 37 minutes to go until the end of phase one.
It will be a kind of a Zen break for Zenhack. So what about the other guy, Sarsek from Germany, right?
From Saarland University, yes. This is a German team, and they're also actually very close to grabbing or sharing the first position with Zenhack, because if you look at the scores, they don't use hints. They haven't lost any points to hints. They just go and do those tasks cleanly, which means that they could both share maximum number of points, 350 points, if they do all the tasks in phase one.
So what about the other teams? Have they used hints?
So if you understand the scoring of the game, then you see that if the score ends with a 0, means that if it's divisible by 50, it means that they are just doing those tasks without using any hints. And I think we can see on the screen here 7 topmost teams, and they are all just solving those tasks without using hints. And if we scroll down, we see maybe some teams have started using hints. And that's okay, because in the end, this strategy might help them move up in the leaderboard.
Sure, why don't we go on with the teams? Duck Duck No, where are they from?
So Duck Duck No is a team from Estonia. They qualified from KPMG CTF, actually very lately, last week. And it seems that they are rightly here. They have earned their place in the top 3 at the moment on the podium with 300 points. They're also close to solving all of the tasks in phase 1. So Italy, Germany, Estonia at the moment in the podium, but that's not, of course, the final standing.
Yeah, sure. What about Team Zero?
Team Zero, accidentally, again, Estonian university team, was in the top 3, I think, in the beginning, in the middle of phase 1. Now they are, I think, able to still reach the maximum number of points. And Team Zero was from University of Tartu team, qualified through Cyber Battle of Tartu, actually, from Estonia. A very challenging CTF right here from Estonia.
Sure. As we go on, we see on the 5th place Hero Cybersecurity some really great guys from Indonesia.
Exactly, you know them.
And we had a chat with them. Great guys, just like everybody else, just sitting at home, separated. They cannot be in the same room, so they have to figure out a way to communicate just as the same way as most of the teams.
Exactly. The Indonesian team, they're showing that their name can be true. They can be the heroes again. They are doing very nicely here and can maybe pick up all the points from phase 1 still.
Yeah, good job. Going strong. So let's go for a bite.
Let's go for a bite, actually. Estonian school student, secondary school students. And they are showing that they're really able to compete in this very challenging landscape here with those very strong university teams. Let's go for a bite. I think they're from 10th, 11th, 12th graders, so distinctly younger than our university students, but 150 points with 3 tasks. That shows that they are not using hints, they're just trying to solve them with their own skills.
Yeah, this is just one of the things why we do this, right? Just to see those young guys hacking it away.
Exactly.
It's great to see.
And going on, if we look at the moment on the 7th position, we got a big boom here, and it seems Sarsek moved to position 1, but actually they're sharing the points with
sharing points.
Zenhack.
They have an alphabetical alphabetical advantage over Zenhack.
But if you look at the third place, DuckDuckNo also managed to pull the green line here. Everything is done, and they are have completed the phase 1.
Perfect.
But let me introduce also some teams here that are still trying to reach the top. I mean, on position 7, HKUST team is actually a very strong university students team from Hong Kong, University of Technology, and they got the gold award from Hong Kong CERT, CTF. So, and just as we speak, I think they're doing nicely here.
They just overtook F-Boys.
F-Boys, Belgium qualifier. Again, a strong team, but I think they got a slow start here. And of course, on position 9, do you know the team Alt Backdoor?
Well, sure. We just spent some time with them 1 year ago in Abu Dhabi. I believe they were called Enigma back then, and they were actually the winners of last year's Cyber Battle of the Emirates.
Exactly.
So, right now, not using any hints, but not going so strong yet. So we wish them to speed up their tempo a bit.
So, what I want to say about CTFs like that, whether we happen to be in one room competing or virtually around the globe, CTFs is that anything can happen. Teams from position 10 or 9, they're able to actually win, take the first position. No question about it. It's about luck, it's about skills, and it's about managing your team under stress, because there is a limited amount of time, limited amount of options. So if you can stay cool under that stress, you can still win the game.
Sure. Shall we round it up with number 10, Bloodhounds?
Bloodhounds, strong team from actually Philippines. They have won a couple of CTFs this year, and they have the actually the potential to be somewhere in the top of the leaderboard, but now they are attacking the leaderboard from 10th position. So good luck to them.
Yeah, good luck. So if we go back to the top, we can give a half an hour break to our colleagues from Germany, Italy, and Estonia, because they have already finished all of the tasks in phase 1. So great job, guys. We are live from Tallinn, Estonia, from CTF Tech with Hans Logas, the producer of this event, and we are looking currently at the scoring summary timeline. In a way, we are comparing the uncomparable because we're looking at the top 3 and they are all at the same level, finished all tasks in phase 1. Yeah. But there are some tendencies, as we can see. The ZenHack team was there first.
A very good point, actually. What this shows us is the progress through time. I mean, ZenHack has been on the lead aggressively throughout the first phase. Of course, the contenders for the first place, the Sarsec and DuckDuckNo, have caught ZenHack first here when we were in 50 minutes in the game, and then again in the end of the first phase now, as they've all completed all tasks, it's all done. But ZenHack is aggressively holding the first leadership position, and it's going to be very, very exciting to see if they can hold it. I mean, this chart ends here at the moment, but we have yet to see what happens in phase 2 and phase 3.
Yeah, sure. And we have still almost 20 minutes left on the clock, so some other contenders to the score 350, we still have some.
Would you like to see them
coming up? Yeah, let's show all the teams.
Okay, let me just add them here, and then the picture will become much more colorful as all the teams are here, and we can see actually what's the score difference between the leaders and the runners up. And I think you can see that
the first thing I noticed is what kind of confidence the teams have in themselves, because only boys have taken a hint, as we can see here, right?
Actually, there's a dark red color line here, which I think may be difficult to see, but this is the team ppg.pro, UAE team, last minute joiners from a university, which name I just at the moment cannot remember, but
we will give the name later.
But they're a good team, and they took a hint. They were stuck there for a long time, but we can see that they opened a positive net score. So I think still they are worth for a little cheer.
Yep, from the ashes, actually below 0, they spent I think almost
most of the time.
Most of the time, actually up to 1 hour they were below 0, and then score opened. So no shame in taking a hint.
Absolutely, but you drew our attention very correctly to the maximum here at the moment. So 350 points, that's the maximum from phase 1, and there's a 50-point jumps here on our timeline here. But what's going to be very interesting is in the next phase is actually the point scores will double, so stakes are getting higher. I think any movement here in the timeline will be more significant to any team.
Absolutely. So the biggest changes I believe we will see in phase 3, which I think will be the most thrilling to watch as well at the end of the day. No changes in the podium. As you know, the podium teams have all finished all the tasks in phase 1. But as we go on 4th place, Team 0, working on the last task in phase 1. As we go on, we have on the 5th place we have boys, who are currently with 290 points, also working on their last task of phase 1, having used a hint as well. So they are not in competition for the 1st place in phase 1. As we go on, Hero Cybersecurity, guys from Indonesia, also just one last task opened and working on this. They have taken even more hints, as you can see, 285 points on their score. We go on, HCast team from Hong Kong, 250 points, 2 tasks open. Let's go for a bite, Estonian team, 3 tasks open, 200 points on the clock. Alt Backdoor, last year winners on 9th position. They have 3 tasks open, still working. So take care, no hints for Enigma, last year's Enigma, this year's Alt Backdoor. And on the 10th position, Bloodhounds, working on 3 tasks and on their scoreboard, 50 points. As we have just a few minutes left on the clock, and we will do a summary of phase 1 shortly.
Attention. 1 minute remaining. End of part 1.
So phase 1 has ended, signal index for all teams. So 15 minutes, take your break, and then we are off to phase 2. Although I think the top 3 teams have already came back from lunch.
So yeah, if you just joined us, I mean, these teams, ZenHack, Starsec, DuckDuckNo, completed all the tasks in the phase 1, I think about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, at least 45 even, I think.
Yeah, so they've been having this espresso, a number of espressos, I think.
Sure.
But things below top 3 are still quite interesting. I mean, I know some teams in the chat have been telling us they had some technical issues with VPN connectivity and other things. And these things pop up from glitches. Maybe your operating system and the software, there's some kind of misconfiguration, things that are not always under your own control or under our control. And we can see that the game works, right, for the other teams. So sometimes these glitches come in and they really mess up with your strategy. And I know you must be feeling a kind of down at the moment because, you know, you really want to fight for those flags, but the technical issues get in the way. But I'm just telling you here, but this is real life. In real life, nobody gives you exactly, guarantees you that you can do everything that you want to do in this time slot. Sometimes things just come in, appear from nowhere. And your only chance is to try harder in the next phase.
Yep, you have 15 minutes to gather your thoughts on that. So as we go on, Team 0, 300 points, no hints used. And they got stuck with the last task, so couldn't complete all the challenges.
Exactly, Estonian University team, they were on the podium a number of times during phase 1, but the last one, I think they ran out of time, that's the thing. But very interesting developments on position 5, right? Hong Kong University team. We were talking about them before, and they were somewhere on the 7th, 8th position.
Yeah,
and,
in the bottom, yeah.
Yeah, and position 5, that doesn't mean anything that they're very not doing well, because 300 points, they are basically biting the tails of the leaders. So they're really, they could take the leading position if they want.
Sure, as in phase 2, a challenge completed without any hints is worth 100 points. So everything is possible. As we go on, Heroes Cybersecurity, F-Boys on 6th position.
I think the Belgian team, F-Boys, they had quite a rough start. To me, I was looking at the scoreboard and the score just didn't increase. I mean, I don't know what was wrong, but now it's gone. They're up their game. They're only one task to solve. Maybe that hint helped them, that cost them a couple of points, but they're in the game.
In the game, and also just struggling with one task uncompleted, Heroes Cybersecurity. And I see these guys have not been afraid to use hints.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Heroes Cybersecurity from Indonesia, I think their team started working together, and it seems it paid off. It's really nice to see that, again, they were on position 7, but they could basically be in the lead if they're lucky, if they got the skills, and if the dice rolls the right way.
So what do you think, Hans? Alt Backdoor, last year's winner, currently at position 8.
Yes, so Team Enigma from last year, and now Alt Backdoor, they were doing quite roughly in the beginning. I mean, they didn't get any points in the beginning. And I was thinking, what has happened to our winner from the last year? Now I see what has happened. It's just their engine starts rolling a bit slower, but then it gains speed, and I think they're coming to attack the podium.
I think it all comes down to the name. Should have stuck with Enigma.
You like the name, right?
I remember the name like instantaneously. If you said this is last year's Enigma, you know, it all came back to me. So, Alt Backdoor, you know, you gotta increase the tempo. Let's go for a bite, Estonian secondary school team.
Exactly, I think they were now doing pretty well compared to others. I mean, they've scored four tasks, right? And 3 still to go. They didn't quite catch the 3 ones, I think.
Yeah,
must have run out of time.
No hints.
No hints. They are, I mean, it shows you that they're feeling confident that they're going to get those scores. But maybe just think with your team, maybe those hints can give you even a bigger boost, that the hint cost doesn't really affect you.
Well, yeah, now comes a kind of a big drop actually, because number 10 Bloodhounds is only at 50 points at the end of phase 1, and actually the last 7 teams actually fit in those 50 points, 0 to 50.
Yeah, but I want to applaud these teams. They are still in the game. They're not doing so good with the points, but they are fighting it. I hope they're having fun. They're learning something new. That's the most important part. They are really, they are still heroes.
Absolutely.
They might be not contenders for the first place, but they're still in the game. And I mean, Carmel, team on 12th place, Carmel 8 from Hong Kong, that's also a secondary school team. That's school kids fighting against actually older students.
And pros to some extent.
And pros,
as well.
yeah, absolutely.
So I think, you know, being in this competition with like real high league teams, I think it's a good experience for everybody, and the takeaway is different for everybody, but the main thing is don't stop. Keep on trucking.
Don't give up. So in a few minutes, phase 2 will start. So let's see what happens then.
Yeah, stay tuned. So to all teams, phase 2 has started. You are now able to open tasks in phase 2, and I remember you once again, these tasks are now doubled when talking about the points. So we really believe a lot of things happening in the rankings more quickly because one task is rewarded more points. So podium view, Sarsec in the lead, Zenhack and DuckDuckNo second and third place, all in the ranking of 350 points. So why the Sarsec team is now shown as in the lead in number 1, because there is a little nuance, as we say, because Sarsec is shown to be the leader because the Sarsec team has entered the least number of wrong submissions of answers. So this is in the very unlikely event if we have teams in the same ranking, we're talking about the points, then we use the least number of wrong submissions to determine the winner. But this is a really, really unlikely event. So in the phase 2, we will also have interviews with our supporters, with our organizers. We will open up a task to see the description of the task that teams have to solve. So all that is coming up in phase 2. The phase 2 lasts just similarly to phase 1, 1 hour and 30 minutes. So 1 hour and 28 minutes still left on the clock. Stay tuned. So as we can see, most of the teams are working on the first task, and some of them have already completed it as well. We see ZenHack in the lead, 450 points. DuckDuckNo having finished the last task of phase 2. And Boys, a new member of the podium, great job. So we will see a lot of changes in the phase 2. And as the teams are working on the first task, or should I say, playing the first task, we will get to that later and tune you in of what they're exactly doing. We wish you good luck, and now we will see an interview. We had a chance to talk with Mari-Li Henriksson from Startup Estonia, because we couldn't have done this event without our supporters.
Estonian Startup Database is the most extensive source of Estonian startups. The data is compiled by Startup Estonia using Estonian tax and custom board public data, and also by startups who have updated their profiles. You can get an overview of Estonian startups by ranking and filtering them by sectors, technology, stage, employee count, turnover, and so on.
Being in Startup Estonia's database has helped us a lot, especially with investors' contacts and different opportunities. Setting up and updating your startup profile is easy, so don't miss out on exposure.
The Estonian Startup Database is completely free to use, and you can find it on Startup Estonia's webpage. If your startup is not yet registered in the Estonian Startup Database, join now to catch the eyes of investors and industry partners.
Hello to all of our viewers. We are live from CTF Tech headquarters from Tallinn, and we have a privilege to host with us Mari-Li Henriksson from Startup Estonia. Startup Estonia is one of the supporters of this event. Hello, Mari-Li.
Hello, it is a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. We have a pleasure to have you as well. Can you tell us with a few words, what is Startup Estonia?
Mm-hmm. Startup Estonia is an Estonian governmental institution with the aim to support and enhance the startup ecosystem in Estonia.
Couldn't have said it better myself. So we have a number of Estonian teams competing in the cyber battle of the Emirates. Where does this talent come from?
Well, it comes from Estonia. I'm sure that you are asking what might be the reasons for that.
How do you find this kind of talent in a country, any country?
Well, the talent isn't easy to spot, but there's a reason why we have such a number and a high level of young enthusiasts in this field. The reasons lay actually way further than 20 years, when Estonian government decided that we should have digital skills teaching at our secondary school level. And already in 2008, we established our first cybersecurity master's degree.
Hello to all of our viewers. We are live from CTF Tech headquarters from Tallinn, and we have a privilege to host with us Mari-Liis Hendrikson from Startup Estonia. Startup Estonia is one of the supporters of this event. Hello, Mari-Liis.
Hello, it is a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. We have a pleasure to have you as well. Can you tell us with a few words, what is Startup Estonia?
Startup Estonia is Estonian governmental institution with the aim to support and enhance the startup ecosystem in Estonia.
Couldn't have said it better myself. So we have a number of Estonian teams competing in the cyber battle of the Emirates. Where does this talent come from?
Well, it comes from Estonia. I'm sure that you are asking what might be the reasons for that.
How do you find this kind of talent in a country, any country?
Well, the talent isn't easy to spot, but there's a reason why we have such a number and a high level of young enthusiasts in this field. The reasons lay actually way further than 20 years when Estonian government decided that we should have digital skills teaching at our secondary school level. And already in 2008, we established our first cybersecurity master's degree in Estonia. So starting from that time period already, we have experts with high skills in especially cybersecurity focus. But how do we find the talented? With the cooperation of such companies as CTF Tech.
What would you say is unique to Estonian startup and cybersecurity field?
Well, there are some very special and unique aspects that we are very, very proud of. For example, the special touch that the Estonian startup ecosystem has is that when we compare our tiny number of population, which is 1.3 million, we have managed to generate 5 unicorns from that number. And with that ratio, Estonia is at the very global top. Yeah, and that's period.
Is that right? Are we number one?
We used to be in top 3, but as last week we had another news that we have 5th unicorn. So now we have to look at the numbers. So I'm not too sure. Perhaps we are at the 2nd place already, but definitely this ratio is a high achievement for us.
Sure, it absolutely is. We are very proud of these companies and these people.
Yes.
So if our viewers, for instance, would like to tune in and check out the Estonian startup and cybersecurity landscape, where should they look?
Yeah, well, everyone is definitely welcome, whether you are investor, potential founder, startup founder, or a founder, or then a support organization who offers value to the startups. Then I would definitely recommend to look at our website, and there are 2 specific places. One is we have a startup database. And as cybertech as a sector is separately defined in Estonia, then under the sector insights, you have an opportunity to click on there, and there you have a general overview. Who are the players? What kind of trends there are? What amount of taxes do they pay to the government, their turnover, and their staff number. So the uniqueness about this is that these are real numbers from Estonian information systems, different databases compiled together, so the transparency is there. And the second place to look at is the Cybertech as a focus area, a sub-page at our main webpage. And there you can have a look who are the support organizations who offer added value to the startups who want to establish in Estonia and grow their global business from Estonia. There are a list of investors, the incubators, acceleration programs, and so on. So everyone is welcome.
Thank you so much for this talk and your support as well, Marile Hendriksson.
Thank you.
Way to go, Heroes Cybersecurity in the lead with 585 points. Not so fast, Heroes Cybersecurity. ZenHack has taken what's theirs, 650 points. And we had a chance to talk with the Italiano team, ZenHack, prior to the competition. Team ZenHack, greetings from Estonia, from Tallinn.
Hi.
How are you guys?
Fine. Fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
No nervousness at all?
No.
Yeah, otherwise you wouldn't be ZenHack. True. So, what are the feelings? Is this your first time at Cyber Battle of the Emirates, right? You weren't there last year.
No, but a couple of friends participate last year.
Yeah, because I remember we had an Italian team.
Yes, the one who reached the third place.
They were good guys. So, what is the? I gotta say, once again, I gotta ask you, what are your expectations? What are your feelings towards Wednesday?
Well, I think we all want to learn something, and we look for it firstly, and we hope to solve some challenges because that's the spirit of a CTF.
Yeah, and that's a good idea.
And maybe learn something.
Well, from which university? You're all in the same university? From which one?
University of Genoa.
Sorry?
University of Genoa.
Okay, we will get that in writing afterwards.
It's a small city in Italy, the north of Italy, Genova.
Yeah, sure. I already actually got that from the Italian accent. Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, the name ZenHack, it's not Zen as spirit, but Zena is the name of our city, Genova. Zena.
Okay.
So ZenHack.
Okay. So yeah, it sounded a bit similar. So pardon for this one.
Yeah.
What is your favorite, like, or the strongest area of expertise? Which kind of tasks do you expect?
So we are pretty good in web challenges. We have a lot of experts in this area, and also we are pretty good in programming challenges. So web challenges and professional cooking challenges.
What is your CTF history anyway? How many events have you done?
So we started in 2017 from a small group of students, and then we are in our team like 20 students and PhD and professors. So we also include others from our university. And we have participated in a lot of CTF in the last years, and in particular, we are pretty good in attack defense competition. So we are going to expertise in attack defense competition, but we also want to improve in Jeopardy challenges.
So, in this pandemic situation, of course, a true live CTF wouldn't be possible. But is there any advantages of a full online CTF? Can you think of any?
Well, I don't know if someone wants to answer, but for me, it's much easier to coordinate an online event instead of a physical event. So it's more easier because you don't have to think about movement, transport. So everyone can stay at home, and it's very easy.
Yes, maybe there is also less stress, because
of course. If you can do it in the comfort of your home, it's definitely an advantage. But communication-wise, is like Discord and Zoom enough, or would you actually enjoy like being in the same room and brainstorming together, or is there a huge difference?
I think the most funny part of CTF is stay together and have some fun, some jokes about other mistakes, and yeah, Zoom probably it's not the best choice, but this is the situation. We can do anything about it.
Sure, it's force majeure. Nothing to do about that yet.
Yeah.
So, any good advice or good misleading tips for the other teams, or just good wishes?
Well, if it was an attack and defense CTF, we will probably advise other teams to don't attack us.
Yes.
In a Jeopardy, I don't know. I really don't know. Please don't remove a flag when you get it, if it's possible.
I don't think that's possible.
Okay.
No, I assure you that's not possible.
Okay, okay. Good services, good work from the organizer. Okay.
So, guys, from Estonia, good luck and a high ranking at the CTF. So enjoy, have fun, and get some sleep and take care.
Thank you
so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, see you on Wednesday. Ciao.
Bye.
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 half of the teams have already finished the first task of phase 2. We spoke of the task about it earlier. Now we have a chance to check out what exactly is it.
Yes. Right? So the mission board is right here. That's what the players see. Phase 2 is here. Now they have the ability to do all those tasks. And the first one you were pointing out is called Space Invader. Does that ring familiar to you?
Well, it kind of takes me back to the 90s, I think, because we had in the 90s we had video games from the 80s in Estonia.
Yes.
We were in a 10-year lag.
And then the 80s video games in Estonia were knockoffs from 70s video games from the West, I think. So
probably
Space Invaders is a historic computer game. And this task here actually is a very cool Easter egg. So let me give you a chance to compete in our CTF. And all your viewers, you can see how Karl-Erik Taukar does it. Fantastic. And then I'll explain what it's all about.
So, you know...
So let me just set the game up for you.
Everything they say that being in a CTF at pro level is hard.
So...
This is what it really is, right?
You are that... Wow!
Whoa!
Let me
it's
turn down
loud
the
here.
volume. Yeah, 1 second. That is very loud.
You gotta be quick.
Shoot.
Out of time. So this is it, right? This is what the players do all day.
That's what they do all day. Okay, that's a joke, but still. What we set up is that you have a task in the CTF and you have to first get this game working. I mean, it's an ancient video game, so the browser does not activate in the browser. So first task, try to get the game working. So after you got the game working, that's the phase you are in right now. You are quite good at it. I mean, the aliens are approaching.
Yeah, I'm gonna take over ZenHack in a second.
Yes, if you don't take care of those purple guys, I think they will invade you. And let's just see how good Karl-Erik Taukar is.
So this is a part of the task. They have to. The first task is they have to get to the game, right?
Yes, I think they're going to get those purple ones. I mean, they will invade you. That's very close.
All right,
Nice
they are nearing. You know,
you got it in your fingers.
I lost my focus.
Okay, 4 to go. Oh,
actually, the childhood is coming back to me.
The last one is his, and you got it. You won.
Perfect.
And that's actually the third part of this task.
And I'm in the lead.
You're in the lead with 1,100 points. You might win it.
I'm gonna go and have coffee with the Italian guys.
Don't do it yet. But that's part of the task. If you do it, you're gonna have to start analyzing what's in here. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll find the flag, you submit it in the game, and you get points. So that's actually, if you're just viewing us, you're thinking, what the hell is a CTF and what's going on? Then CTF is a way to make cybersecurity training fun. We put computer games, we put different challenges in here, and if you solve them, actually you might learn something new about cybersecurity. Maybe digital forensics, analyzing the data you see, or steganography, something hidden in the picture. But you might as well have fun while doing it.
So Hans, can you take us to the podium view once again? Because we've heard some sounds. DuckDuckNo in the lead. And ZenHack right behind them with only 10 points. These are the points I was talking about at the beginning of the day. 10 points could easily determine the fate of a team at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting the next few hours.
Happy hunting.
So we are currently in Abu Dhabi just to have the hack in the box, as far as I understand, and it will be a cyber challenge for the kids and youngsters, universities, so the people learn more about hacking, how it works, how it's done. To be honest, actually, I'm also surprised that they are really, really good. I would not consider them naughty at all, but I would consider them very smart, that they have very unique ways of solving exercises.
My feelings كانت شوي متوترة، بس الكلام اللي جالس أحصله من أولياء أموري من الكوتشز اللي موجودين هني جالس يعطيني دافع كبير إن أنا you are a girl, you can do it. السلام عليكم، أنا الطالب ريان محمد الرئيسي، عمري 14 سنة من مدينة خرفكان. أدرس في مدرسة باحثة البادية للتعليم. في البداية قعدت أحل CTF الاستحواذ على العلم اللي أنا عارفه وتدربنا عليه during the training، وحين ببدأ أشتغل على حسب اللي أنا عارفه، لكن أنا كنت متحمسة حق السكند ستيب. أنا كنت طول أيام التريننج جالسة أخزن كل السيشنز اللي جالسة أدرسها عشان أوصل للسكند ستيب. But hopefully all the very advanced level is gonna pass. I think all of my friends inside are the best of the best.
الحين لازم أرفع الترتكام من أرفع الترتكام على أساس
Actually, seeing the work team with Hamad, Muhammad, Ayman, Muhammad and Hamad, the two brothers. They are really working as a one team.
Call the flag.txt on the system and read its content time.
Yeah.
WQ. We will upload. Now we go back. We will duplicate. So you want to give other people a chance. You want to let them know that, hey, you can do this too. It's easy. So I walk around, every once in a while, and I help people, because to me, I never really cared about winning or the competition. It's always about learning. So I don't mind helping other people.
Secret?
This with the backticks. Remember Cyber Talents?
But I did.
No.
We are not teams now, but they are showing that Ryan, we are gonna be one team in the next pro cyber battle. حاليا خلينا 3 ساعات من بداية CTF، وأنا راضية عن النتيجة اللي أنا واصلة لها لحد الحين، بس ما أدري شو بيصير at the end of the CTF. أصيل I know him إنه موجود وياي في الكلاس، وهو ما شاء الله عليه working in himself.
Yeah, so I met Rayan in this competition, and she's doing really good. She's currently 2nd place on the leaderboard, and it's great. And you don't see many females going into cybersecurity, the cybersecurity ecosystem, but to see someone like her pushing and fighting is really amazing. My name's Asil Bab here. One of the main reasons I came here, it's a huge learning experience. It's things that we don't get to learn in university. It's things that are current with the security atmosphere that's happening around the world. Very hands-on with some of the best security professionals that I've met. So us security experts are seen as somewhat the cyber army of the internet. We're the ones protecting the internet, protecting all these networks from attacks, protecting from invasions, protecting from thieves. And we're the frontline soldiers and the cyber warriors that help protect the internet as a whole.
I'm very happy for you. How old are you?
Me, I'm 30.
Oh, you are so young.
If you guys want to go out, you can go. Just please don't interrupt the work for others, okay?
A lot of things happening on the podium. Last year's winners from Alt Backdoor just reached the podium with 750 points. Great job. And the second and the first place are just divided by 10 points between DuckDuckNo and ZenHack. Now, what is your view, Ryan, on this podium?
So the things are getting really tight. The score difference is very, very small. We see that only 10 points between the first and second place, and also the third and fourth place divided by 50 points. So there's a chance for everybody.
Yeah, there sure is. So with me here is Rain Nõmsalu, our task wizard. So Rain, you've been working on those tasks and challenges for the teams for weeks. Now it's all live. How are you feeling?
Of course, we are feeling very excited. We want to see, of course, this kind of scoreboard tasks are solved. We see that they are not too complicated, but we see also that they are not too easy, as some teams are not progressing as well as some others.
Were you surprised that 3 teams completed all tasks in phase 1?
Of course, and also the amount of time that they used to solve those tasks. This was a surprising moment for us.
So it seems that there are quite a few pro-level teams this year, right?
Yeah, it seems so. Many of the teams are very well known and participated in other great CTF events and gotten great scores from those.
Can we take a look at one of the challenges, one of the tasks that you created, and maybe see like an overview of what it's about?
Yeah, sure. Let's take a look. So let's go through the task called Unbreakable Encryption. So here we have the description of the task. So when a ransomware attack has taken place and they encrypted millions of files on the workstations, the defending team has managed to capture the encryption script. And also they have found the decryption service that is still running. They don't know how long, so the goal is to analyze the encryption script, see if there is maybe some misconfigurations so that the encryption is not so strong as it's supposed to be. And they need to then go to the decryption service, use this information to get the decryption key so they can decrypt all of those files with the key. So this is the objective of the task. And as we see right now in the real world, ransomware attacks are taking place everywhere. So this is quite relevant task in that sense.
So if we look at the situation in real life, which actually this is inspired by, right? So what is your like #1 recommendation to say like employees of a large company to avoid ransomware attacks?
Well, of course, one thing is the technical solutions to have everything patched and so on. But another thing is cyber hygiene of the employees. People can open mail documents from the mail, and they can infect the organization, no matter what technical defense systems are in place.
So is it even possible to actually rule out the possibility of an employee clicking on a malicious link? Is it even possible, or should the systems that protect them actually be on a high level that it can be avoided?
I would say that it is not 100% possible. It really comes down to the level of the knowledge of the employees. Of course, the technical systems, they will help, but it's not a sure solution.
So cyber hygiene is the number one thing that they should have?
I would say that this is the easiest thing to start implementing. You don't have to spend millions of dollars to implement the cyber hygiene.
So I think this is one of the things we're actually doing here to improve people's cyber hygiene and give some tips how to behave online to keep yourself safe. Thank you, Ryan, so much for this description, and we will check out the podium as it is changing rapidly, I think, in the near future, so stay tuned. So all quiet on the Western Front so far. We had a chance to talk with the true heroes of Phase 2 in the lead with 1,050 points. Duck Duck No from our own Estonia. So we have go for Duck Duck No. Hi gentlemen,
Yes.
how are you doing?
Pretty good, thanks.
Yeah.
You are one of the 3 teams from Estonia, and this is the largest amount of teams from Estonia in Cyber Battle of Emirates history, of its long history. So how are you feeling?
Pretty chill. Bit sad that I had to rearrange work, but it's fine. Hoping it's going to be a good battle.
Your work supervisor was okay with it? No worries?
Yeah, it's okay.
How about you, Rao?
Yeah, it's about what the 4th day that CTFs cut into my work over the last week.
As they say, if the CTF starts interrupting with your work, you gotta quit the work.
I'm not planning to do that quite yet, but...
Okay. How about you, Hein? Are you nervous at all or absolutely chill?
Not really nervous for this one because, well, we're currently, I think, all participating in the European ENISA CTF right now. So all the focus is actually on that one.
You are in the middle of a CTF right now.
Yes.
Yes, that is true.
Wow. We're gonna be quick. I really appreciate for the time you took to speak with me. So really quickly, what is the estimate? Are you estimating for top 3?
We're hoping, yes. We don't really know who's coming to the Emirates CTF, but we had a lot of fun at the KPMG one. And it really proved that our team can really work together in a tough situation. When we're all together, pushing really hard for the same goal, we can make it happen.
So as you are in different locations right now as well, so you're probably going to participate in the CBOE also in your separate homes, right?
Yes. So three of us are in Tartu. One of them is in Tallinn. So it's not going to be likely that the Tallinn person is going to catch a bus for that because we can do our own stuff remotely.
Sure. So no problems communication-wise.
No, we've this team here, we've participated together in about 10, 12 different CTFs over the years. And all in all, of course, it's better to work together in the same room, but we can still make it work online as well.
So having done all those, sorry, Rao, yes, go ahead.
We pretty regularly compete in online CTFs over the weekend, so we've practiced working remotely together, and we're pretty confident that we'll be able to perform well this time also.
That is good to hear. You are up and running already in perfect condition. So from us here at the CTF Tech headquarters in Tallinn, we wish you a thrilling CTF, have fun, and of course a high ranking at the end as well. So take care, try to get some rest in between of those CTFs.
Thank you.
Kümme sekki. Hans, why don't we give a quick summary of the scores of the teams? We have a timeline here.
So we have a timeline. We have one single timeline, and this is actually the leader now, Duck, Duck, No. I mean, they've been quite dominating in the second phase. As you can see from the break here, this is where the second phase starts. And this actually doesn't give you much information until we have some context. So
Yeah,
let's
we just had a talk with Duck Duck No as well. The talk was on the screen just a couple of minutes ago, and Duck Duck No was a team who actually just finished a CTF, so they are doing 2 in a row and still going strong. Not tired yet, in good form. So good work.
Absolutely. So when we start adding other teams here, we see that the scores and the differences between scores have gotten bigger. Of course, 2 teams who are in the lead, they have taken quite a strong lead.
Yes, but really close together. 10 points dividing.
Absolutely. One hint can be the difference of second and first place in this game.
So yeah, as we actually encourage you to use hints, it may make the biggest difference at the end of the day. So
absolutely, but we see a very interesting breakthrough in this point here where we had the main group all together, and after that the leading team Duck Duck No just kept on taking those flags, and they rushed away, took the leadership, crossed the 1,000-point line, and the only team on their tail actually has been Zenhack, who really, of course, this one hint differentiates them from first and second place, but they are very close, and they're left behind the main group where we still have F-Boys, where Alt Backdoor, well, if I'm switching on and off Alt Backdoor, you see them. Do you see them here? Do you see them here?
I see them.
Can you believe it?
Actually, what I see is that actually, while we speak, F-Boys have taken the third place, I think.
Exactly, the action is ongoing.
Oh, yeah.
So F-Boys also, they were quite modest in the beginning, and we can see that anything can happen. So this main group here in that part is really where the action is very hot for the third place, for also, I mean, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. This whole group, they're in the bunch together, and one single flag or one single hint actually can be a differentiator between success and failure. But we have a couple of minutes to go in the second phase, and this is going to give us very interesting starting point for the third phase. And in third phase, I mean, the stakes will get higher. The flag rewards will be even bigger. So this will make the action even more rapid.
That's true, but I think we can agree that it would be absolutely great if during the last 11 minutes the teams working on the task, as we see they are working, would get some of them done and would scramble up the scoreboard once again. So keep up the tempo and good luck.
Attention. 5 minutes remaining. Attention. 1 minute remaining. Part 2.
So, end of phase 2. You have now 15 minutes of resting time. Grab some coffee, brainstorm, and get ready for phase 3. As we see, not much action in the last minutes of phase 2 among the top 2. Still only divided by a few points. We have the main struggle has been going on between boys and Alt Backdoor. They are fighting for the third podium place. But I think it's safe to say that this all was pretty much just an introduction, because most of the tasks and most of the points are in the third phase. There are altogether 12 tasks, and each task is worth 200 points. So I think most of the action is going to take place in the third phase. So get ready, have some rest, and we will see you soon in about 13 minutes.
Attention. 10 minutes remaining. Attention. 5 minutes remaining. Competition starts.
Welcome back, everybody. Cyber Battle of the Emirates is live from Tallinn, Estonia, from CTF Tech. We are now at the beginning of phase 3. This is the final phase of this day and lasting 2 hours and 30 minutes. Not a lot of changes at the end of phase 2, although there still was one. Team 0 overtook the third position, and as you can see, the third position until the 7th position all fit in 100 points range. So, as we know, in phase 3, one task is rewarded 200 points. So no problem would be for the 7th team right now, HK UST, to reach number 3 by only solving one task. So, as we actually already saw through earlier, a lot of changes will take place in phase 3. So stay tuned, we will provide you with the latest information and commentary, and we will of course take contact with one of the teams.
Let's get started.
So prior to the competition, we had a chance to talk to the team on fourth position. Right now, a strong contender for a podium place. Team F Boys from Belgium.
Hello, hello. We have another team on our video call. Can you please state your name and your aliases as team members?
So my name is Emmanuel van Kouderen. My alias online is just Emmanuel. I'm from Belgium.
My name is Robin. I'm mostly online also just called Robin. And our team name is EH Boys.
So what does that name stand for, EH Boys?
So EHB is actually the abbreviation of our school. Not the one that Robin goes to, but the one that me, Leslie, and Adrien goes to. So we came up with EH Boys.
I have to ask, where is Adrian?
I'm here.
Silently in the background.
Yeah.
So he's somewhere?
He's there, but he doesn't have a webcam, and his microphone's a little quiet.
Okay, okay. Yeah, the webcam is such a modern thing. Yeah, the new invention. He maybe hasn't got a chance to get it yet. So, guys, what is your previous experience in CTFs? What kind of CTFs have you attended?
Yes. So our team last competed in the Belgium Cybersecurity Challenge, which was a national contest, and there were multiple rounds of CTF challenges. I personally also competed in the Google CTF, the Reply, it's an Italian company, CTF, and some others, mostly for fun.
Have you had any great victories?
Besides the in the Belgium Cybersecurity Challenge, we were first place, so that was very nice. But most of the other attempts were just for fun, and we weren't really in the top contestants.
So, going towards the cyber battle of Emirates, what is your estimate?
First place.
That's the only right answer, of course. So, what do you think? What is better, the classic version of a CTF where you got like hundreds of people in the same room, like in the good old days, or how have you adjusted to the new reality of CTFs where everything is virtual?
I personally prefer doing it in real life because currently the way we do CTFs in our team is just use a chat on, for example, Discord, but it doesn't feel the same as just being in person and being able to collaborate and brainstorm. I think communication within the team is very important if you want to be able to solve challenges. So it's a bit harder now. So I prefer doing it in real life.
How about you, Emmanuel? Add that I prefer them in real life also. Last year, me, Adrien, and Leslie, we went to a local CTF at the university, and we really enjoyed that. And actually, me and Robin, we never met because we've only competed in a virtual environment. So
Okay.
We're still waiting for the day to meet in real life.
Yeah, at least you saw, you know, for at least one time. Yeah, that's great. Is there any field or like category in a CTF where you feel that most of your strength lies?
For me personally, I do a lot of bug bounties online, and that's mostly web hacking. So the web challenges are mostly my favorite and the ones I try to solve first.
I like to do the programming ones, phone ones, and I've recently been doing a lot of web challenges also, but I'm not so strong at it, but I enjoy doing them. And I also like reverse engineering Android apps. I like those kind of challenges also.
Okay.
I prefer reverse engineering because I'm really bad in web challenges. So yeah.
Is that, sorry?
That was Adrien saying he likes reverse
This is
engineering.
Adrian. Hello, Adrian. Good to hear from you. I thought this was the voice of God. Sorry, Adrian, could you repeat that?
I prefer reverse engineering because my web challenges are really bad. So yeah.
Okay. Robin, you said that you do a lot of bug hunting. So is that like a real and practical source of income for you as well?
I'm still studying at university, but as a side hustle or just as a hobby, I do like quite a lot of hunting, really. Also hacking events where you get to hack on a company for a limited amount of time and people get invited. I do it quite often, yes.
I believe in last year's Cyber Week in Abu Dhabi, I think the biggest bug prize was I think 1 million USD. So yeah, it could actually turn out as a pretty handsome income for you as well. So keep on doing that. But you know, from Estonia, we wish you all like a great competition, and we'll see you on Wednesday. And take care and get some sleep.
Thank you.
Thank you very
All
much.
right.
Take care.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye.
is Edison. I'm CEO of the governance platform Original My. I'm from Brazil, and I came to Estonia with the Startup Visa program. In 2017, we were looking to relocate in Europe. We did our research, and we found Estonia as the most friendly environment for companies like ours. The visa process was very straightforward, and that decision changed our lives. If you're looking to relocate to Estonia, Startup Estonia's webpage is the perfect first step to start your journey.
Welcome back. DuckDuckNo has taken a strong lead of 1,350 points. ZenHack and Hero Cybersecurity, new member of the podium, right behind. So we are in the middle of Cyber Battle of the Emirates, an event organized by Hack in the Box, who are also the main organizers of Cyber Week, partnering up with CTF Tech, which we are live from now, and the third partner behind the solution of gameplay and the scoring is Cyberhunt Technologies. And we had a chance to talk with the two co-founders of Cyberhunt Technologies prior to this competition. Joining us here at the CTF Tech headquarters in Tallinn are the two co-founders of Cyberhunt Technologies, Mr. Andrus Kivisaar and Lauri Alban. Good day, guys.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
The same time last year we were in Abu Dhabi. We were in this beautiful hotel, the Emirates Palace. Hundreds of people in one room. And right now we are in the circumstances of Corona, so everything is still happening. Do we actually needed to get together for a CTF at all?
I'm not going to lie to you, it feels different this year, but so many other things feel. But I think what is great about this year's Cyber Battle of the Emirates is that we can still do it. We do it online. This is what we do. We need to adapt. I think this is the symbol of vitality of this competition. No matter what, we still are going to do it, and we as a company are determined to do it. And we're so glad that we have still so many people.
Yeah, I think that the fact that it is happening despite all the things that are happening around in the world, then I think that the interest towards the competition is still on the rise, and I think that we have so many teams signed up this year, so that I think that that next year I think the competition will be even greater.
And to your question, of course, it's great to meet, and this sense of community that we had last year in during the Cyber Battle of the Emirates. That was just wonderful. The venue, the Emirates Palace in Abu Dhabi. I think this is one of the most beautiful hotels in the whole world. This time we are online, but look at the benefits of this. We had maybe just 2 or 3 international teams participating last year. This year it is an international competition. As Andrus said, we had, I think, candidates from 40 different countries who wanted to participate in this competition. We were able to receive only 15, and we still have, representatives from, I think you know better, but Singapore, Malaysia, India, of course, United Arab Emirates, Estonia naturally, but so many other countries.
Germany, Belgium.
So there were 25 teams and altogether 125 players from 40 different countries who actually signed up for the CTF. The demand is a lot bigger than actually we can serve to, since we all know only 15 of the teams can compete. So what are you going to do about the demand?
Well, of course, we are going to try to facilitate all the interested players and then teams in the future games. And I think that you are right. The demand and the interest towards CTFs is rapidly growing, and I think that the building of the community is important. And I think that the CTFs as such, as a game format, are giving also the ability to actually involve younger generation already at schools to these type of competitions. And then the great example of that was the Cyber Battle of Tartu that we had here in a couple of weeks ago, where actually the winning teams are playing also in the Cyber Battle of the Emirates. So I think that we cannot kind of underestimate the necessity of actually bringing it more closer to the students and participants.
Speaking of the Cyber Battle of Tartu, for instance, what does a country have to do to actually find that talent?
I think first thing is that we need to realize that the cyber threat has grown so large that we need to take a generation to go and work with them early on. what was the biggest surprise to us from Cyber Battle of Tartu, we first thought that our mission is to find talent. That we need to find these talented kids who sit at homes and would like to solve CTFs and are dealing in cybersecurity. And this is true to a certain extent. We found a lot of people and young people who were interested. But what was most surprising to me was that we had sign-ups from people who had almost no experience in cyber, but they still were interested. We had them in boot camps, and in a very short period of time, actually they were, participating in CTF on command line and contributing to this exercise on almost at par with some of their friends who are more experienced. So I think one of the keys is also not to think that we need to find that, non-existing or existing somewhere in our minds talent. I think we need to make young people interested, to demystify the complexity around it, and to send the message that everybody can be a hacker on the side of good ones.
So, if we're talking about the Cyber Battle of Emirates, 2 years in a row an Estonian company has organized it. The link between Estonia and the Emirates, for instance, rather than except being in almost the same time zone, it's not like the most obvious link between two countries. So what is the connection between Estonia and the Emirates?
I think there are more connections than one can immediately say, but I think what we like about the Emirates and what we feel very comfortable also here in Estonia is the spirit of innovation. And if you go in Abu Dhabi, if you go in Dubai, if you go in Al Ain, all those Emirates, you see that it is very much like what we're used to in Estonia. People want to innovate, they want to experiment with new technologies, they want to encourage young people to participate in the development of the country. We are building our countries, we are innovating our countries both. We have experiences, Emirates has experiences, and through this exchange, like this competition, Cyber Battle of the Emirates or Cyber Battle of Tartu, or the whole series of Cyber Battle, this is one of the great initiatives of just being innovative countries who just want to work together. And this is great about today's world. You don't need to live next door to actually have a meaningful and deep cooperation.
Andrus, yeah. As a cybersecurity businessman, what is your relationship with the UAE?
Well, first of all, of course, we are very pleased and honored to do it as a second year on a row, as you mentioned, and I hope that this cooperation will continue and we will be able to do it more and more. And UAE has been for us definitely innovation driver, as Lauri mentioned, that the whole country actually strives toward the innovative solutions, and I think that a lot of our technology and the visualizations that we have for our cyber range and the cyber battlefields is actually have been contributed a lot by the UAE, and I think that it is important to sort of keep the company going with this type of good cooperations and kind of forward-looking customers.
Speaking about technology, what is special about the technology that is used in Cyber Battle of the Emirates, which is developed by you?
One of the parts of the innovation is regarding the visualization is also the ability to make it understandable for the users, and as Dylan has mentioned also that years ago all the cyber competitions and CTFs might look like a bunch of people in the room sending emails to each other, but now with the visualization and making it more understandable, we have overcome the difficulty of understanding what is actually happening during the competitions, and I think it's a key part also for involving or making an interest in the younger generation, so that they actually can understand and follow the game and see what is happening, and that makes it much more exciting and curious.
And here's the request to all our viewers who follow us online. If you have further ideas how to improve the visualization, how to tell the story of the competition, then drop us an email or put it even in the comments, and then we would be more than grateful. Because one of the missions that we have is try to put complex concepts into a simple, understandable story. And to be able to tell the story of cyber competition will help us to make those competitions much more fun. As it was with Cyber Battle of Tartu, we actually built the scenario around hacking of various elements of the city. Our plan is actually to go ahead and create a series of CTFs that would play through a whole hack the city scenario that we can further develop. So stay tuned on that. All the ideas are welcome, and let's just make it even better.
Having done numerous NATO level exercises, large trainings, why do you look at the field of working with young hackers?
But we need the next generation, and this is so exciting and interesting to actually grow the next generation of cyber defenders. I think again this is part of our mission. We need to start early. As we said, the threat is already so complex that we need to start growing the next generation of defenders when they are in high school, because when they reach the university level, when they reach to, I don't know, conscription in army, it's too late already. We need them to get involved as early as possible. So this is one of the reasons. And this, by the way, it's much more fun.
And as you have also said yourself, that there is always too few hackers on the good side.
That's true. That's true. That is always true. So to sum it up, what lies ahead in the field in general and in the things you are working on at the moment?
Definitely have more competitions involving more participants, growing the community, and I think that kind of taking this mission of involving the young generation further.
I think one of the things what we want to do is to move from these one-off events and competitions, which are great and interesting, and we should definitely keep going on those, to actually build a platform where people can join in all around the world, practice, prepare for the competitions, exchange ideas. Also, importantly, create tasks, because we want that sharing to be going on also. New scenarios, new storylines for competitions. This is all that. This is what we are seeing today. Is hopefully just the beginning, and we are at the verge of creating a great new platform and community for CTF.
Thank you so much for joining, Andrus Kivisaar and Lauri Alman.
Thank you.
Thanks. As
phase 3 is underway, we have a situation where Team in the second position and in the third position actually have the same number of points. So the struggle is real and the tension is rising. And as we go on to have even more of the battle between teams, we have a surprise for you. We have a greeting from the man behind it all, behind the idea of the Cyber Week in general. Please welcome Mr. Dillon Kanabiran from Malaysia.
Good morning, guys, or good afternoon or good evening, and welcome to Cyber Battle of the Emirates 2020 Virtual Edition. For those of you guys watching at home and who may not know what exactly Cyber Battle is, it's essentially a game, a capture the flag contest, but it's only for students. So it's catering for high school and university students. And we started it mainly just to give them an opportunity to show off their skills, right? We normally have a professional capture the flag at Hack in the Box events. But we didn't really have one for students. So CBOE or Cyber Battle of the Emirates was created for that. And so last year, we did a roadshow and we actually went around to various high schools and universities in the UAE to inspire the kids and get them excited about hacking and what's all the CTF stuff about. And we put them out there and let them compete, right? And we also flew in teams from Belgium and Germany. So for this year, because we're all locked down at home and essentially it is what it is, we decided that we should allow more teams to participate, right? What we didn't anticipate was that we would have such high demand. So the competition itself for this year, we thought, 10, 12, maybe 15 teams should be sufficient, right? We actually ended up with like 60, maybe 60 or 70 teams submitting for a spot. And these are university or high school kids from around the world. So it was really inspiring and really great to see. Unfortunately, we couldn't add more teams in, but all the same, I think we've got a really great selection of 15 teams that are lined up for you guys. And it should be a really good competition because I see some very familiar names from last year, like for example, Command, DDoS, and DeadSec. Those guys have played before, and it should be interesting to see what they bring to the table this year. And along with that, I mean, we also have SARSEC. So those guys have also played in Hack in the Box CTF a couple of times. And yeah, it'd be great. I mean, we see what happens, German teams, Italian teams. We got some teams from Hong Kong, both from university as well as high school. So welcome to them. And yeah, it's going to be great, man. I'm really excited. So the schedule for today, basically, competition is going to start any moment now. And it runs for just one day. So give it your best shot. Try and solve as many of the challenges as you can. And at the end of the day, we're just hoping all of you guys who are competing have a good time, right? Basically, right? And enjoy yourselves. Enjoy yourselves as much. Immerse yourselves in the environment. Join the Discord channel. Join us on Brella as well. We've got this new Brella platform where you can watch talks. But you can also chat with us. You can also chat with other speakers, with other players. And I'd love to see you guys there. So I'll be joining you guys for the winner announcement this evening. So that should be fun. And I'm looking forward to see what happens during the competition, man. Good luck, everybody. All the best. Hack on, baby. Lead dog out.
We are live from CTF Tech with producer of the event, Hans Logas. Hans, how's it looking?
There are some empty boxes here, you see. We are getting reports of a little bit of delays on our game system. I just want to shout out the message to all the teams. You read the rules, remember? No attacking the game infrastructure. You don't have to brute force the flag. That's not the idea of CTF. If you do it, you might end up not being part of the game anymore. So take it easy. Let's try to get back on the track solving those tasks. But in the meantime, I think we can see that we have a new leader.
That is true. SARSEC has risen from the dust and taken the lead once again, 1,550 points. So great job. So what is that? What do you mean by saying they are brute forcing? Is there, I believe there's something related to submission of the answers, right?
Yeah, I mean, let's explain it to our viewers. I mean, yes. Usually you look for a flag. That's the answer. That's kind of a piece of text, characters, and numbers somewhere in the system that you are hacking, and you find it, you put it in the game, and you either get correct answer, you get the points, or you get a message that was the wrong one. And you might get a wrong flag by mistake. It's normal. Maybe you get 3 or 4 mistakes. That's acceptable. That's normal. But when there is one team with, let's say, 2,000 or 3,000 wrong submissions, you start understanding that they are not making just the simple mistakes, but they have automated the flag reporting. They are putting in some kind of flags, and they hope they will just get their correct one. They will hit it and get their reward.
One might think that this is like an out-of-the-box solution for a problem.
Yeah, but it's always the boundaries of the box that we are playing in the CTF. Of course, if you step out of the boundaries, we know you can do it. Everybody can do it. But this is a CTF game, so if you don't play by the rules, then you're not part of the game anymore.
That's true, so let's all stick to the rules as we proceed.
Let's go back there. We must be finished the flags.
Actually, the easy one was for me the reserving one.
One, yeah?
Yeah. And I love hacking actually. I was learning by myself. No one is helping me. Research and research, then I just love it. My name is Mariam Elielili. Today actually the last day and we are capturing the flag. That means we must know the problem in the website, the networking, to get the flag from there. There is no difference between the boy and girls actually. Just work and practice. And when you love something, you will work hard on it and you will learn more. I'm very happy for you. How old are you?
Me, I'm 30.
Oh, you are so young.
Right now, we are in cyber battle, the final round for the CTF, and I'm really working hard for me and my team to succeed. My name is Aditya Rajesh. And I'm 13 years old. I'm a school student from Dubai. Hacking is something which you get someone else's data, and there are two types, good and bad, which you call white hat and black hat. So we are learning white hat at the moment. We're learning white hat at the moment, and we wanted to help people, that's it.
A little bit mentally exhausted. I had to be focused for a long time, and I feel that it has drained me. But it has been fun, it has been challenging. I love it. These riddles, these puzzles that we're challenged to solve, it's really interesting.
So in the advanced, there will be a 2-day CTF already. So in there, they will have more challenges, harder challenges, and more, let's say, time-wise intensive challenges. So in here, the tasks, they are shortened so that it's really easy. So if you really know the stuff, you're able to do the task really fast. But in the next one, even if you know what you have to do, it will still take time. So it will be more intensive in the next CTF. Should take a new footy session and kill the previous footy session.
Maybe you will get plus 30, let's say.
SQL3 is which one?
It's this.
Oh, all the best, man.
Why?
We're working on this for 2 days.
If you guys want to go out, you can go. Just please don't interrupt the work for others, okay?
There's like at least one person that's like in position 85. At least I'm in like 50.
Another one as well.
Are you sure? And I saw people do it without brackets.
Oh, function. So if you use it without هذا لأن PHP built-in.
Well, we finished the first boot camp, and it's been quite tremendous. When we started in the beginning, we had 3 days of learning ahead of us and the CTF, and actually we really didn't know what would come out of it. Would people be happy to learn it all? Would they be able to do it? This crowd was really, really happy. They were like, what's the word, empowered. They saw that, you know, we can do it, yeah. Very good job. You finished it, you made it here, you made it to the last day. That is superb. We hope you learned something. We hope you're starting to love this thing. Now is the time when you get your certificates that show that you have completed the boot camp.
A quick look at the podium. Italy, Germany and Estonia with Zen Hack having taken quite a lead with 1,840 points. Nice job. We had a chance to take a trip to Germany to have a little chat with the guys from Sarsec.
So, Team Sarsec, where are you from, guys?
We are from Germany, from the Saarland, to be precise.
From Germany? From where exactly?
From the Saarland. It's close to France and Luxembourg, in that corner of Germany.
Oh, okay. Sarsec, that name actually comes. It's a bit familiar. Were you at the spring event as well, or were you at last year's Cyber Battle?
We were at the Pro CTF last year at the Cyber Week, and yeah, I think in the spring event at the Hack in the Box lockdown.
Yeah, sure.
Participated in. Yeah.
Because you guys are familiar. So, what kind of expectations you have towards the Cyber Battle of Emirates starting now?
So we hope we have a lot of fun on Wednesday, and yeah, I think let's see.
Well, you guys are I think it's safe to say that you are candidates for the top 3. So are you going in to catch the first place?
I mean, surely we'll try to do that, but we cannot know if that really happens. So I mean, let's see. But yeah, surely we will try to do that.
What do you think your chances are for winning?
I think it's a Jeopardy one rather than attack defense. So the chances are maybe not that good, but we will try hard.
So a question regarding the situation the whole world is living in right now. Which one is better, online CTF or actual live one?
Sure, actual live ones are much better. It's really much fun to be on site at a CTF, also see the other people, and also when you especially in an attack defense one, if you like finished your exploits and filed on other teams, and when you then can look at the eyes of the other people, and that's really another feeling than online CTFs. But online CTFs have their good sides too, because now we are all at home. It's much more comfortable. We don't have to travel. It's yeah, but still really on-site CTFs are at least for me, I think they're more fun. Maybe the other people have other opinions on that, but for me that's yeah.
How about you? How about you, Sebastian?
Well, I think I mean in even in case of online CTFs, you usually so if Corona would not be there, I think the 5 of us would meet at our university and play together, because it makes communication easier, especially if you have, so not in case of this CTF, but in case of other CTFs where we have new members, new team members there, I think it's easier for them to get the CTF feeling on an if you are on site in comparison to the online thingy.
Sure. I'm sure the vibe itself actually gives a lot.
So I also prefer the on-site events.
Yeah, sure. I believe pretty much everybody has answered the same way as you. But what do you think your like the best category of expertise is? Which kind of tasks do you expect the most, or do you feel you are the strongest in?
So me or the team in general?
Maybe can you speak for the whole team?
Well, I think we all have our areas of expertise. Well, I'm doing web security stuff, so the web challenges are the one that I'm usually looking at, and yeah, the other people also maybe the other people can
Yeah, sure.
tell
Please
about their
speak up.
area
Who
of
will-
expertise.
Yeah, who will get the reverse engineering, for instance?
That's something that I can do for a bit. We also have other people in the team who like to do that. I think Marcus is also quite good in reverse engineering, and Igal is also quite good in that. So
What will you use? What will you use to communicate during the competition?
I think we will use Zoom or Discord. I'm not sure on that. We tried both of it for CTFs. I mean, it depends. Probably we're gonna use Zoom, I think, and MetaMost for text messages.
Okay, so to sum it up, do you have any wishes or tips? Maybe not tips, since you are all competitors, but wishes to the other teams and everybody in this competition.
Yeah, I hope they also will have a lot of fun. I also hope that for us, because we're basically doing that for our fun. We really enjoy playing in CTFs, and I hope that's the case for everyone. And yeah.
Well, thank you, guys. I really think that is the case. As you said, everybody's here to have fun and gain some new experiences and some knowledge as well, maybe. So we'll see you on Wednesday from Estonia. We wish you a great competition and a high ranking, of course, as well at the end. Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah. See ya. See you guys.
So we are live with some news, actually, due to some unexpected things in the CTF. Hans is with me here. What are the news?
I have some breaking news, very important message to all the teams. We have extended the third phase of the CTF by 20 minutes.
Can you say why?
The reason is that our infrastructure was not behaving properly due to unexpected gameplay. And we are talking with the teams responsible privately, but the public message to all the teams, to all the players is the gameplay has been extended 20 minutes. So by Gulf time, we are ending the CTF at 6 p.m. past 20 minutes.
So 6:20.
6:20, so 20 minutes added to the time. So continue hunting those flags.
Sure, we will get to, how do you say, a bit softer subjects now, but very important ones as well, because as you hear the music, creating the tension in this live stream, and I think for the players specifically, we have a guy for that, and his name is DJ Rainer Tugevus.
Dankeschön.
Hey guys, we are live from the CTF Tech headquarters, and I have a privilege to talk with a man that is making this CTF really unique. The man is DJ Rainer Tugevus. Hello.
Hello.
So why Rainer is so important is that he's actually producing music specifically and specially for this event, which is, I think it's absolutely great. So Rainer, what makes producing music for a CTF special? Like, how would you compare it to, for instance, creating a pop song?
I think the CTF music has to be. It cannot be so short. It has to have ambience and atmosphere and maybe longer build up, and basically.
So you think like this ambience is the tool that you use to create tension?
Yeah, definitely. Ambience and some, of course, melody and drums and some, maybe even some experimental sounds that you cannot hear in the pop songs.
So Rainer is the evil mastermind behind all the tensious music you are hearing throughout the day. And I have to say that when hosting a CTF, the music actually starts ringing in your head. When the day is over, you go home or to the hotel, and when there is like quiet atmosphere, you still hear the. You go to the shower, it's still going on. So you're actually messing with our minds. When you start creating a song, a track which is actually long for a CTF, how do you start? What are your tools?
I use digital audio workstation, and different times depends of the music what I have to create. And my most important thing is to make a melody that I can play around with and create all the sound and around it.
So you get this one melody, you repeat it, you build upon it, and then you mess with our heads, so we hear this melody for a week after.
Yeah, I try to make this one melody, maybe change it a little so it's not like repetitive, but on the other hand it's repetitive, so it's a good way to mess with the head.
What would you say is the genre of the music you created for Cyber Battle of the Emirates? Is it progressive house or techno?
I think it should be the cinematic music. Maybe that's the most correct way to do.
Yeah, sounds about right, because it actually is comparable to like a James Bond movie, where there's going like a huge like car chase. Pretty much the same, like.
Yeah, I mean, and it has some house music elements there, because I really like to listen house music, but for this type of event, the house music continuously might not be the best option for me, I guess.
So overall, it will make a new genre called CTF.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Rainer, for this talk. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
DuckDuckNo is gaining on ZenHack. Things are getting tensions. An interesting fact that the organizers found just recently is that out of 1,500 hints we have in this competition, the teams have used 6. So it's safe to say that the teams are feeling really confident, which is good. But as I said earlier, we couldn't have done this event without supporters and partners. And we had a pleasure to chat with one of those guys from KPMG Estonia, Brady. We had a little chat with him prior to the competition. Joining us here at the CTF Tech headquarters is Brady from KPMG Estonia. You are a senior cybersecurity advisor, right?
That's correct.
Good to have you.
Thank you.
So why is it so important to organize this kind of events, the CTF?
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons. One important reason is that we want to build awareness of the cybersecurity landscape, how it affects people and companies and other organizations, and the skill set that is involved in solving the types of problems that organizations and companies have with respect to cybersecurity. And a CTF event is a good way to present a subset of skills that players can solve and test their own abilities and learn from the challenges, as well as use the skills that they have already developed. So,
how do you think the people are coming along in general? Like, is in the general public, is the cyber hygiene trend upwards or downwards?
Well, I think that's a complex question, because I think for some people it's trending upwards. And in some communities, particularly here in Estonia, I believe that there's a pretty good awareness of cyber hygiene concepts and cybersecurity in general. I'm not sure that's true everywhere. And I think in some locations maybe that trend is moving in the wrong direction. Yeah, so these types of events are important also for that reason.
So what are the challenges of organizing a CTF event in your experience?
Well, the primary challenge for the organizers of the event, at least for an event like the cyber event that KPMG just hosted here in Estonia, is creating the challenges. First of all, you want your players to have a challenge. You don't want them to come in the event and go, oh, I've seen all of these challenges before. So you have to create a new set of challenges that are unique. And this takes a lot of time and a lot of effort on the part of the creators. The second challenge is bringing together infrastructure to host the event. So some challenges, of course, are just don't require an infrastructure. Maybe it's just a file you download and reverse executable. Or but then other challenges, we want to host some more real-world type of challenges where maybe the players need to use some enumeration tools against a live type of host, and these require infrastructure. So planning out all that infrastructure, how the players are going to connect to the infrastructure, of course, because you don't want the infrastructure on the internet. So these are all challenges that need to be solved.
So what was the feedback from the players at Cyberhunt?
Well, I think in general we had really good feedback. The players enjoyed the game. They solved almost all of our challenges, so all of our challenges are burned pretty much and we have to start over. But we had a few like criticisms as well, and I think that's also good because it will help us build better challenges in the future and have a more exciting and dynamic event next time. So
who is the usual CTF player? Who's the usual guy or a girl who shows up?
I think the CTF players are all over the range. Of course, like I also am playing some CTFs, and I'm a little older, a professional in the field. but I think the range is from middle school students. We've seen middle school students involved, these 7th, 8th grade students, up to people that are already in the profession. But I think generally, like in this last event, the KPMG Estonia event, we hosted the 2 winning teams were high school and university students here locally in Estonia. And I think most of the players were also sort of in that age range between high school and university, pre-profession, pre-career.
Is that
and I think that's pretty typical.
Is that also like high school? Is that also a good time to start, or actually, if they want to go pro, they should start earlier?
Well, I think that I mean, if you want to be a pro CTFer, and I think that you would want to start building some of these skills even earlier. Problem-solving skills and skills in mathematics would be very important to start to develop early on, and then coding skills. You have to have, if you want to be at a high level, the teams that are solving the hardest challenges are good programmers. They understand the cybersecurity landscape. They understand how to take advantage of vulnerabilities and how to use tools, and that's a pretty broad set of skills. So the earlier you start developing those skills, I think the better off you'll be in the future.
I know that in your Estonian event hosted in Estonia, there were also people who signed up from India, the UK and US. So why are the CTF like so internationally popular that people from India, they find the Estonian CTF and take part in it?
Well, I think traditionally we have had this event in a local facility where players are coming to a local facility to participate. But due to the current situation, we decided to have it online, and this made it available to anyone really to sign up. Although, and I think a lot of CTFs now are marketed in greater geographical areas because it's easy to participate, and there's a common language in the hacker culture, right? So we all speak. You have to know English mostly to participate in these, and you have to know Python, right? So there's a lot of commonalities. It doesn't really matter if you live in India or the UK. The skill set, the knowledge base is very similar across all of those geographical locations.
So could it be that there is like a small silver lining in the whole Corona pandemic situation, that people are more used to going to CTFs which are held like 100% online?
Yeah, I think maybe it will bring awareness, and there's a big gaming culture, and I think that some of this is now coming into the cybersecurity landscape, and the gamification of cybersecurity type tasks like CTFs, but even more complex, and the cyber ranges are getting better. So I see in the future that hopefully we'll have some like esport heroes that are CTFers and not just traditional computer games. But so I think that appeal is easily international, and it doesn't matter anymore where you are. You can still play. The one problem is that you can't. It's harder to take the prizes, right? So if you're giving a physical prize as the event is concluded, then how do you get it to someone in India?
I'm sure a bank transfer will do.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
So what were the hardest challenges in Cyberhunt?
Well, one of our challenges we thought would be the hardest was solved very quickly by several teams. And then one of the challenges, it was a programming challenge, like you had to develop your own programming language, sort of, to solve the challenge. But then we had one challenge we thought would be easier, and it was the challenge that gave you access to all of our infrastructure challenges, like that were hosted on servers. And that challenge, we actually had to drop a hint before anyone solved it. So it's hard to tell, I think, which challenge, because you don't really know the skill set of all of the players coming in. Maybe they're all programming heavy, or maybe they're all exploit heavy. So, but I think in general, the most challenging things should be the ones that are very heavy programming, because it's easy to get involved in CTFs without knowing a lot of programming skills. But if you want to get to a high level of competition, I think you really need to have good skills in developing your own solution to a problem.
So if we look at the big picture, like these challenges you described are actually like a model of challenges in the real world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty analogically happening. So what are the most common problems that companies are tackling with cyber security wise?
Well, I think in the current situation in the cyber landscape, organizations and companies, the biggest problem they face is lack of knowledge on the part of their staffs. So it's an awareness problem. This allows phishing attacks to work very effectively against people, and then there's still vulnerable software still a part of it, but most of the attacks I think that are happening now are happening because of this awareness that people in the organizations aren't all up to a level of awareness. They're not following the guidelines. There aren't good guidelines in place, and one of the things that CTFs can do is develop this awareness as people grow into into a career in this field, and they already have the skill set when they get there. So,
if you have like this tabula rasa person, like a clean sheet that hasn't gone through any of cybersecurity trainings,
yeah.
If you could just give him or her just one piece of advice, what not to do online?
What not to do online? I would say don't click on anything that you don't trust. And always think about what you're clicking on, because that is the most common way to get compromised is by interacting with a link or some other software that you don't trust 100%.
So all of our viewers, probably not those who are participating in the CTF, but all other spectators, listen to Brady's wise words. On the other hand, for instance, I consider myself like a relatively experienced individual with some cybersecurity and then some cyber hygiene training as well. If I do everything right, if I only use secure web pages, would somebody at your level, if they really wanted, would they still be able to hack my iPhone's camera, for instance?
Well, yeah.
Let's not name any brands.
There's always
just a smartphone.
There's always the possibility that there is a vulnerability in the software you're using or the hardware that you're using. That this is the 0-day idea, that there can be exploits out there that nobody knows about yet. And of course, depending on the nature of the exploit, it's possible someone could use it to attack you. But I think the vast majority of situations where you see some sort of compromise of a system, it's not that. It's that some human had to interact with the exploit in some way to make the exploit work. So yeah, it's possible, but it's not. The most likely thing to happen is that you had to help the attacker attack you. But the other scenario is definitely a possibility.
Okay, let's just
keep your systems up to date, right? So
yeah, let's try
install your patches.
Not to help them. What kind of advice would you give to our CTF heroes competing in the cyber battle of the Emirates right now?
Oh, that's a tough question. Have fun, enjoy what you're doing, and respect the other players.
Thank you, Brady, for this talk and for some good advice as well.
Okay, thank you.
Startup Estonia and 9 of the best Estonian law firms have created a set of model legal documents to simplify your startup's journey. When starting a company, it's important to sign a founders agreement to determine the roles of the founders, how much of the company each founder owns, and what happens if a founder departs the company. Articles regulate how important decisions are made and how the shares can be sold. Every investment in a startup starts with a term sheet and ends with final investment documents. Startup Estonia's package includes term sheets and final documents both for convertible loans and equity investment rounds. Every startup must maintain a cap table showing the ownership percentages of the shareholders and option holders. As the company grows, it signs employment agreements and option agreements with its employees. Intellectual property assignment agreements guarantee that all the IP developed for the company stays with the company, and non-disclosure agreements protect the trade secrets of the company. All the documents are free to download and can be found on Startup Estonia's webpage. Good luck on your journey!
So us security experts are seen as somewhat the cyber army of the internet. We're the ones protecting the internet, protecting all these networks from attacks, protecting from invasions, protecting from thieves. And we're the frontline soldiers and the cyber warriors that help protect the internet as a whole.
So we are at the Emirates Palace. We are now in the final stage of the Cyber Battle of the Emirates, and we've got here 11 teams competing for that spot.
I'm so nervous, but like at the same time, I feel like we are gonna have fun.
It's going good. Excited, nervous, a mix of the two. Yeah, we have 50 challenges in front of us for the next 2 days, and face cyber teams from all over the world.
Good morning. We've traveled through all the Emirates and a lot of schools and universities over the summer, and hundreds of people signed up as candidates to the finals, but only 47 of them made it. So you are all winners by now. But all of the winners. We'll battle it out, and then will be only one winner at the end of the second day. Team 404. Unreal Security. The Enigma.
Competition starts.
So it is go for all teams. You have 7 hours of today's competition, so use it wisely. Compañeros is now in the first place, although DedSec has also 100 points, so they are actually equal. And Enigma, 50 points in the third place.
Actually, we did a question, no one did it. So only one girl did it. And we got 160 points, and we get the second.
Yes, well, we have a one runaway team. We had tried to get away, but now they're almost been caught. So the main group is behind them, and I'm really happy to see that there's so level gameplay.
I feel great. You know, the mood and everything, the setup is really nice, and it instantly got me into the mood. And just seeing that we're in the first spot automatically gave me, you know, like a boost of confidence. Like yeah, we can do this. But yeah, I feel great. You know, I have big hopes for tomorrow. A lot of interesting things will happen tomorrow as well.
The likelihood that we keep first place, I want to say 100%. I believe in our team. Knock on wood. I believe in the team, and I believe that we can actually win this whole thing, and go to the pros on Wednesday, and make everyone proud.
We're not aiming for the first because it's Enigma. Like they have like 300 points above us, and we're just aiming for the second, to be honest. Yeah, Yusuf. Yeah, everyone knows him. You see, everyone knows him. No one can eat him.
No need to talk about Yusuf. No need to talk about him. He's really good, to be honest.
Yeah. He can solve 10 tasks in 1 minute. Yusuf, mashallah.
Very stable few hours now before the end. Like everybody were really hacking away, but right now we just got some very good results from 2 teams. We have 7 hours of gameplay behind us, and I can see that guys' heads are smoking already, but I hope they will give us a few surprises now and then.
Final countdown, 10 minutes.
10 minutes left.
You get access to the server, then you can run this and see what's there.
I'll try search something.
We have 7 minutes and 38 seconds left. So good luck.
Submit it? 4, 3, 2, 1.
We just finished the first day and kept our place on the leaderboard as first place. We gotta keep the same push that we had today till tomorrow, and we gotta win this whole thing. Yeah, definitely gonna go get a bite to eat.
Keep thinking about the challenges that I didn't solve. Go back to the hotel room, rest with the team. If we come up with anything, we'll write it down and come try tomorrow.
Very good. Like, I'm so excited to go back to the hotel, train more, and get the first place tomorrow. We're gonna do it inshallah.
"14 minutes left on the clock. It's getting exciting, isn't it?
Yes, it's the final hour of the CTF where it seems that all is getting clear now. The leader is getting away, the others are taking their positions and they're solidifying those, but there is no movement. But this can be misleading. I believe the last hour will give us still some surprises. So
yeah, the lead isn't so solid.
Yes,
it could be a lot more at the end of phase 3.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at what has happened in the last few hours, then Team Sarsec took the lead for some time, and then they dropped out to position 3. Again, ZenHack has been doing really good, right? And they now are in the second place. They have been using those hints in the end. Do you see their line dropping off a little bit?
It's a surprise. Since,
yes.
Just a little time ago, the statistics was 6 hints from 1,500.
And I think it's a real question of what those teams do under pressure. Do they use those hints and gain momentum and take those flags home? Or will it erode their self-confidence that we're taking hints, we're losing points, we're not moving ahead? I want to see what's happening in those homes, I think. Yeah, I think most of the players are at homes playing through. I think it's very, very high pressure.
It's a question of vanity as well. You know, the myth that hackers do not like have egos and do not have vanity in their life or in their mind. I think it's misleading.
I think you're right. It might give you wrong guidance in those games. Yeah. So that I don't want to stand out as a team who takes hints, but then you might stand out as a team who is on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place.
Yeah, look at the avatars, man.
Yeah. So I mean, actually, the overall, we see that all teams have a pretty even gaps here. So we have a smaller group here in the middle, and 2 teams in the 3rd and 4th place, Starsec and Heroes. So a lot of action here possible. But again, the gap with the leader is, so ZenHack has 1755 points, and the leader DuckDuckNode 22150. So I think it's about 2.5 flags. Anything can happen. It's not unrealistic that we have a new leader by the end. But of course, we might also have teams coming up from below here and take a position in the podium.
Yeah, I think the battle is real, and we will find out in a little bit more than 1 hour.
Maybe we can go and meet one team.
Why don't we do that? How about we go to Indonesia?
So we have Heroes Cybersecurity on the line from Indonesia, from East Java. How's the weather around there?
It's pretty hot. We got
pretty hot
with work. Yeah, we got sweaty around here.
Okay, we don't have that problem in Estonia. It's 1 degree Celsius.
Oh.
So it's really personally it's really nice to see you from Indonesia, because Indonesia was actually the last place I got to go before the Corona pandemic. So so it warms my heart seeing you. How are you doing? Are you a bit nervous or taking it fully relaxed towards Wednesday at the start of CTF?
Yeah, well,
I'm a bit nervous.
Before we were quite nervous about it, but that's because we usually didn't have interview like this before before any CTF. Like,
okay, that's good. Is it a good thing to have some communication before?
Oh yeah, it's good. It's good. Like we just didn't get what they call it. We weren't getting used to it before.
Okay, okay. There are some new things with this CTF. We have a DJ in the house, for instance. Not a lot of CTF organizers are doing that. We have a guy who's actually mixing the music live. We'll do an interview with him as the competition is underway. So, guys, East Java, but where exactly? From which university are you guys from?
10 November Institute of Technology in Surabaya.
So, are you a 3-member team, or actually you have some other members who aren't joining us right now?
Excuse me.
We have some other member, but
you have a 4th member there. That's your 6th member.
An extra.
From Heroes, we have a lot of members actually. I mean, more than 5, but not that many. But we have quite a few of members.
But for the Cyber Battle of Emirates, are you coming with a 3-member team, or is there somebody else?
We usually in most CTF in local CTF, because there were limits of 3 members, we usually split the teams of Hero Cybersecurity to 3 people each, so that we wouldn't get disqualified or something. And then
for the CTF, we will play with 5 member, I think, but the 2 other cannot join this Zoom.
Okay, yeah, no worries. That's okay. So I know some of your CTF history. I know that you have won a CTF in Delhi, right? But what kind of history do you have? How much experience do you guys have in CTFs?
Sometimes we play.
I'm sure I'm pretty beginner in this CTF, but Ahmad and Rifki maybe little pro.
How about you, Ahmad?
For international CTF, sometimes I play with some teams such as Bad Squad, RGB6. So I don't always play with Hero Cybersecurity. Sometimes I play with Bad Squad, RGB6, and some other teams such as Open to All.
So quite a lot of experience. How about you, Rifki?
I was like getting into CTFs from 1 year ago, I think. And then like it was a mix before I discovered Hero Cybersecurity and was invited to this team. Before I was like playing solo and some random teams, I suppose.
I have to ask Rifki. By judging the microphone you have, are you a musician as well?
Yes.
Yeah, that's cool. What kind of music do you do?
Drum and bass.
Drum and bass.
I do drum and bass. Yeah.
The hacker's choice.
Yes, that's a good choice, but no one seems to get my taste.
Well, we need DJs in our CTFs as well. So maybe 1 year you could do a collaboration with our DJ Rainer Tugevus.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
we will write down your credits and your contact information. So
nice.
how about online CTF? Do you miss the old days where you could still go like gather in a big room?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a really thrilling when we are in a room, right?
Yeah, sure. Now it really looks like it's a previous life. But yeah, I'm sure things will work out and we can all come together in the future as well. But how are you resolving the situation? How do you communicate? Do you always have like a Zoom video call happening, or do you use Discord, or how do you do it?
We use mainly in Discord.
Yeah, we mainly use Discord for communication, but only text. But it's not as intense if we are doing it offline. We are meeting one each other, and like like when you do a challenge and then you feel like idle, not doing anything, you can, if the CTF is offline, you can just ask your friend on your side how it's going, and you can start discussing things much easier than online.
What are your expectations, guys, towards the cyber battle of Emirates? Do you think you are candidates for, say, like top 3? What is your estimate? How about you, Arif Fansha?
We think we can get top 10, maybe top 10. We are proud enough if we are coming top 10. Or maybe we aim high rank, but what I might expect, right? Like with this condition and with my learning online class and
yeah, sure. Top 10 is a good estimate, but I inspire you to aim higher. You will.
Yeah.
The better
We
the
are
better
here.
goal, the better the ranking, right?
Yeah, we're quite optimistic about being top 10, but of course we're gonna aim for higher, but realistically we might have top 10, maybe top 5 at best.
So guys, from Estonia, we'd all like to wish you a thrilling CTF and some new knowledge to you, and of course fun, because we all do it to have a good time, right? So take care, and we'll see you on Wednesday. And so these were the cybersecurity heroes from Indonesia, from Java. So we'll see you on Wednesday. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Thank you.
tere õhtust! Tartu linnas kuulutati välja hädaolukord. Öösel alanud lumetorm on muutnud teed ja tänavad läbimatuks.
See oli tegelikult võimalus tulla kuidagi kastist välja ja mõtestada enda jaoks läbi olukordi, mida ju tegelikult Tartus ei ole juhtunud, aga potentsiaalselt võib juhtuda.
Tormi ja elektrikatkestuse tõttu kogunenud Tartu kriisimeeskonda tabas täna veel üks kriis. Küberrünnakuga blokeeriti Tartu linna info- ja finantssüsteemid.
Ma arvan, et ennekõike just see küberturvalisuse pool oli meie jaoks võib-olla selline täiesti innovaatiline lähenemine, et ka sellises mastaabis õppuseid meil tegelikult ei ole varem toimunud.
See õppus oli äärmiselt vajalik, et sealt joonistus meie jaoks välja ridamisi kohti, mida me saame oma töös juba praegu parandada, et kriisiks paremini valmis olla.
See, mida meie kriisiõppusel õppisime ja harjutasime, andis meile juurde väga palju enesekindlust käimasoleva koroonakriisi juhtimiseks.
So we have only 50 minutes left on the clock. It is time to take a look at an interview we did with last year's winner. Back then they were called Enigma, and right now they're called Alt Backdoor.
So, previously known as Team Enigma is right there before me, winners of last year. Wow, good to see you guys.
Thank you, it's good to see you too.
So what is the new name? I heard you changed it.
Yep. So after a lot of deliberation, after our win last year, we went over a bunch of different names, and then we finally decided to go with Alt Backdoor.
So Alt
Backdoor.
Alt Backdoor.
Backdoor. Yeah.
Sounds good. So what's the story of Alt Backdoor? Can you open up?
You mean the story just of us, or the story of the name itself?
Maybe start with the story of the name.
I mean, the story of the name is not much really to it. We kind of like from the last year's CBOE, after we won, we started to think about actually creating a team and having a team on CTF time, and having a bunch of people who do these CTFs all around Dubai and internationally. And yeah, we were just going through different names, trying to figure out which name kind of clicks better and what name sounds better, until we finally reached to Alt Backdoor.
Okay, are the team members all the same, or have you had some reinforcements?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, are the original Enigma members all still there, right?
Yep. Same.
Okay, that's
same
great. Hey, Rami.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
There we go.
Good. So, winners of last year, that kind of puts you in one way, you're in a privileged position. You are the last year's #1, but everybody's expecting quite a lot from you. So how are you dealing with that? Are you nervous?
I mean, speaking for myself, I wouldn't say really that nervous, but like I feel like we have a lot of other teams from around the world this time around, so that can be a little bit more of a competition to us. So, and I think all of us as a collective, after last year's CTF, we kind of became more cohesive as a team. We know each other's strengths and weaknesses, so we can kind of go back and forth with that. So I think we would even do better than what we did last year.
Yeah, that was a good point. A lot of international teams are this year also taking part. We just spoke with Sarsek from Germany, and I believe you actually competed with them in last year's Pro CTF in Abu Dhabi, right?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. So, reflecting on last year's experience in the Pro CTF, looking back at that time where actually a lot of people could also be in one room in the good old days, when we think about that, how hard was the Pro CTF with like the world really creme de la creme guys right next to you? How was it?
Oh man, where do we start? Does anyone want to take this?
It was basically insane. Like we spent 3 days trying to figure things out, and it was just super heavy. All custom servers, all custom services, and I mean, we learned a lot. I wouldn't deny that, but it wasn't on par with the level that we expected.
What was the main takeaway from the Pro CTF?
That the AD is literally nothing like Jeopardy style CTFs. And we still have a long way to go.
Okay. So in which ways have you developed or you know, learned and gotten better during the last year?
So I think one of the ways was that since last year in the Pro CTF, that was our first time actually going into an attack and defense CTF. So we were kind of like thrown into the dark. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't know what the tactics were, the strategies were, none of that. And throughout this year, I would say a lot of us tried to compete in some more online attack and defense CTFs. Some of us who did compete, like we feel like we kind of understand a little bit better now. We kind of understand the tactics that go on to attack and defense, which is completely different from your traditional Jeopardy style CTF. And also more to that, we started, as I said earlier, to play as a team and started to be more cohesive with each other. So I think this year around we'll be able to, be more organized, I would say, a little bit with the challenges that we take, know who's doing what types of challenges, and yeah.
So have you like segmented your tasks? For instance, there's like one guy for web hacking or the other guy for reverse engineering. Has everybody got a role in your team?
Yeah, definitely. Somewhat of a role. I mean, when you say the web, the first guy who pops out from our team is of course Yusuf. He's the king of web, saved us a lot last year in the CBOE, and yeah.
How about you, Mohammed? What is your
network?
What is
forensics and network. That's where I always play in.
Okay, so you guys have it figured out. I sense some good communication inside the team.
Yeah.
So, from Estonia, we wish you good luck. We see you on Wednesday, and we hope all the best for you in this CTF. So take care and get some good sleep.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye.
So we are live from CTF Tech, and final 40 minutes left on the clock. And as we can see, DuckDuckNo is working on full pipes. 5 tasks open and 2,550 points taking the lead. Is this thing settled?
Absolutely not. I mean, those 5 tasks, they are open. 5 brains are hacking those, but there is no guarantee that they can bring those flags in less than 40 minutes. And the other teams are rushing in. I mean, ZenHack has crossed the 2,000 point line. I would say they're approaching, although the distance is still distinct between the first and second place. But Zarsek is, I don't think they are sleeping. They are trying to catch those flags also. And the game is still on. So maybe we can look at the more detailed view of the leaderboard.
Sure, let's do that now.
So here we can see, this is the current podium you see, and the leader has solved 22 tasks, 28 are in total. They are working on the last ones. And what strikes you about the leader's statistics in this row?
Well, quite a few things actually. The most significant surprise, I think, for the organizers as well is the number of hints used. Like total number, 20 hints per 15 teams out of like almost 1,500. You know, this is significant, right?
Yes, and the leader team has taken 0. So they're just trying to push through.
Yeah, true rock stars. And another thing that I spotted immediately is in the wrong submissions column here. If we go down, we see that the numbers like clearly pops out.
So yeah, we have 12 wrong submissions. We have 27, 7, 6. That's okay. And then team 0. I think they've put in the wrong number, 12,524 times.
Yeah, what happened, may I ask?
If you automate your gameplay, you get numbers like that, and or maybe they have just very quick fingers. I mean, they're putting in those flags.
Could be,
could
man.
be.
Yeah, it all could be actually.
But across 12,000 tries,
this got to be a record.
They've gotten 12 flags. So I mean, it has brought them like how much is that? 1% result?
Almost.
Yeah. Actually, if I may have a flashback to a year ago, Cyber Battle of the Emirates 2019, we were at the Emirates Palace, Abu Dhabi. We had marvelous Emirates teams fighting for the first place, but we also had a guest team league, and there we had a very strong Team Italy. And I think when we were browsing Team Italy's scores in the big scoreboard, they also had a 4-digit number of wrong submissions. Now, similar tactics, but Team Italy reaped huge number of points, very big score. Team 0, not so much this time.
So their brute forcing skills still need to be enhanced.
Well, I think they're brute forcing the wrong place. You know, they're brute forcing the our CTF system, but they should be brute forcing the tasks, which actually involve brute forcing exercises.
Yeah, you can see on the scoreboard that it hasn't brought them like great success. So yeah,
yes.
maybe do some conclusion about that.
Yeah, but maybe we can still, if we have like 35 minutes to go until the end of the event, we can see the leaders, current leaders' path to gold position. It's been quite steady. They've had competition from ZenHack, so the leader is this color here, and they've had, ZenHack has been on their tails all the time, even leading them for a couple of moments. And I think ZenHack is really trying to nail them throughout the game, and I think it will be very sad for them to finish the game without grabbing the first position from DuckDuckNo, but at 35 minutes, anything can happen.
Anything can happen if you look at the reward for just one task. So they are probably in the middle of solving 5.
Yeah, but I'm very excited also about the 4th, 5th, 3rd place also, because Zarsek here is on the 3rd place at the moment. They've been quite steady. They're actually quite good. But they might lose their 3rd position to teams like, I think, Heroes.
Yep, here cybersecurity, as we can see, they've spent quite a lot of time on the same level.
Yep.
This could mean that they could submit right answers really soon.
And it's nothing safe for heroes also, because if you look at boys, they are on their own closing in on heroes. So it's a total cat and mouse throughout the game, and nobody's safe. Nobody can be happy with their position now. But if we have like half an hour to go, so take the maximum out of that game in those 30 minutes. That's my message to the teams.
Sure. So enjoy your last 30 minutes and happy flag hunting. two of our Estonian teams, Team Zero in Students League and Let's Go for a Bite in High School League, qualified for the Cyber Battle of the Emirates in our previous competition in Tartu, the Cyber Battle of Tartu. So let's take a look at what happened in Tartu. So as we predicted, things are getting serious. The gap between the first two teams is now only 50 points. ZenHack has done a terrific job on gaining up on DuckDuckNo. But we still have one last team introduction to show. We had a video call with the youngest team, at least judging by their experience. Let's go. Wow, we still have some last minute news. So ZenHack now has passed DuckDuckNo, leading with 2,700 points. Great job. We are still seeing some big changes in the end of phase 3. So, but now let's go and have a video call with Let's Go for a Bite.
Let's go for a bite from Estonia, who I actually met 1 month ago, and then these guys had never been to a CTF, and now you're taking part in Cyber Battle of the Emirates. Mikk, Oliver, how are you feeling about this? Are you nervous?
I'm pretty nervous actually, because from the teams list that I've seen, it's pretty stacked of big players and people who know their things. So yeah, I'm actually pretty nervous.
How about you, Markus?
I'm pretty nervous too, because it's like the first CTF for me.
Actually, it's not the first. You've been to Cyber Battle of Tartu, which you won.
Okay, then it's the third.
So I know that Mikk Oliver has also taken part in CTFs in previous history, but as a team, shall we grab a bite? Hey, what was your team name again?
Let's go for a bite.
Let's go for a bite, which I have to say is a huge game up from the Cyber Battle of Tartu, which you were called an Estonian aphorism or an old saying. So let's go for a bite. It's a great name. Good job, guys. Sten, Markus, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
That's good to hear. What are your expectations towards Cyber Battle of the Emirates?
I guess I hope for the best. I don't think we have really a great chance to win because the other teams are way better than us and more experienced.
Well, did you go to Cyber Battle of Tartu knowing that you will win?
Not really.
So anything can happen. During this last month as a team, how have you trained? How have you developed?
I guess we each chose a topic that we are learning independently, and we also we're in the Cyberhunt CTF to just learn new topics and see how well we can do.
What is your specialty, Sten Markus?
Crypto.
Okay. And how about you, Markus?
My specialty is forensics.
Okay. And Mikk Oliver?
I'm specialized in
steganography.
Yeah, steganography and Wireshark.
Okay. So Mikk Oliver, in Tartu, we saw you as the leader of the team. Is that still going on?
I'm sort of the team leader, but also Magnus has been helping out, who isn't here right now. So yeah, we really want to make the team go forward and study.
In Tartu, we saw you, which was a live event. We saw you communicating really well, and actually communicating through Discord and some other online channels. So do you think this is an advantage for you, that you can actually communicate really well, even not being in the same room?
I think it's pretty good that I can communicate with other people without being next to them. So I hope it's going to like give us maybe an advantage or something. But
I think so. I think so. Would you still rather that you were in one room rather than doing it?
Yes, preferably in one room.
Yeah, but of course, unfortunately, it's probably better to keep some distance.
Yes.
So, let's have a bite, right? Let's have a bite. I wish you a good competition. Good luck swimming among the big fish, and take care. And we'll see you on Wednesday. Ciao.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So Hans, real quick, was this predictable?
This is a bit predictable that we have those last minute changes, but actually who will win, there's no prediction at all. But what happened in the last few minutes? Zenhack, what did they pull off? They pulled off a very strategic trick that they started taking hints, lost some points, but gained the first position. So we have less than 10 minutes to go. Let's see what DuckDuckNo will do, but we will not show it to you in the stream, not to you, the players, the viewers. Will go into dark mode, and in 9 minutes and 24 seconds, the CTF will be over, but stay tuned in our live stream because we want to present the winners.
Of course, we will take contact with them immediately after we have the results. So I think right now it's safe to say that best strategy wins. So we'll see in less than 10 minutes. Stay tuned.
Agana.
Attention. 5 minutes remaining. Attention. 1 minute remaining. competition.
So this is it. This is Index for all teams. Cyber Battle of the Emirates 2020 has ended. We have all the data and our specialists are now gathering the final results and we will be live with them in a couple of minutes. I'm not gonna lie, we had some surprises in the end, but we will get to that in a couple of minutes. When we return, we have a video call with the main man, Dillon Kanabiran from Malaysia, the creator of the Cyber Week, and we will of course then make a video call with top 3. So let's see and gather the thoughts of the guys on the competition, and we'll hear directly from them what are their feelings regarding of today's competition. So stay tuned, we will be back with the results shortly. So this is it, Hans. What a day, huh?
And the CTF has brought us quite a challenging day, and we are so excited to have the 3 winning teams here with us.
Oh yeah, we've kept people in the dark for the last 15 minutes at least. So here's a good chance to start removing the cover.
But before that, we have a guest.
We do. Dylan, can you hear us?
Hey guys, how's everybody doing?
Oh, great.
The pulse rate is going up.
Awesome, awesome. It's been a really great day for us as well. I mean, apart from the CBOE contest, obviously the rest of the talks have started. We kicked off this morning with Bruce Schneier, and it's been really fun. Really, really fun.
So what are your thoughts having seen the day full of challenges? What do you think? How did the teams go through it?
So I was watching the contest at the start, and then I also watched it at the end. And it was really interesting to see how the positions changed, obviously. But towards the end, it was, yeah, super exciting. But I don't want to spoil that part. But yeah, just congratulations to all the guys. I have to say, well fought competition, well played. I'm sure there was a lot of interesting strategies used, especially considering all of the team players are not together. Some of them are maybe used to it, some maybe not so. Yeah, really good. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. So yeah, let's stand by for the winner announcement. And I have some questions for the winners as well, but yeah, we'll get to that in a bit. Good stuff.
All right, thank you, Dylan. So, without further ado,
I think we should start from the bronze, right?
Sure. Well, the whole podium is full of glory and honor, since like the third position is deeply in competition still. So, shall we do it?
Go ahead.
Third place in the Cyber Battle of the Emirates Virtual Edition 2020 goes to Team Sarsek. Woohoo! Yay! So let's have a video call with Team Sarsek. Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
So I see you're smiling. So third place, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think third place is pretty good. It was a really close race, basically. In the second part for us, it didn't work that well, but we are really happy that we get back to the top 3 in the third part now. So that's really nice.
So I think I've been following Sarsek's trajectory in our scoring system, and Sarsek was not in position 3 the whole time. I mean, sorry, but I think you were struggling in the middle, but then you came and took number 3 position. So tell me, how did you make it to the top 3 in the end?
I think we tried hard, and also the challenges in the last part. I think it did fit a bit better to our capabilities in the team than the challenges in the second part. So that was really important for us in the way back to the top 3, and yeah, that's how we came back. I think at the beginning of the third part, we were somewhere around like place 5 or 6 or 7. I don't really remember. But then there were a few challenges that we solved, and then we came back to place 3, and yeah.
So overall, Team Sarsek, where would you put this year's Cyber Battle of the Emirates compared to other CTFs? Was it too hard or too easy?
I mean, we didn't solve all challenges, so it wasn't too easy. But I think it was like somewhere in the middle. It was there were challenges that were a bit easier, but there are also quite hard challenges. And yeah, especially for us, we are more an attack defense team, and this one was a Jeopardy one. So it's again a bit more challenging for us, as this is a bit of like a new kind of CTF that we are not that much used to. Yeah.
That's actually, you made an interesting point, because that was exactly my question. So Sarsek came in first. They won the HITB lockdown in Amsterdam, which was organized by Hackerdom. And so if you go to CTF time, Sarsek is a very highly ranked team. And so I was kind of surprised that, you know, when earlier in the day when I was looking at the team list, I mean, I picked out the Italian teams, obviously, but like, you know, I also picked out the German teams, right? And I said, Sarsek guys, I've known these guys, man. Like, they won 2020 Amsterdam, and they're probably going to come in and like, yeah. But so what happened? I mean, like, it was not an attack and defense game, but I mean, in comparison, technically, in the levels of the challenges that you guys saw, as well as strategy, was there something that you guys had to do differently from how you would have played the Hackerdom contest, for example?
Yeah, I mean, it's totally different. So in the attack defense, which we usually play a lot, and also are pretty good in it nowadays, you have the server that you have to defend, and you have to patch things, and you also have access to all challenges at the same time. That was a bit different in the CTF, where you had to choose which challenges to open and which challenges to work at. That was a difference for sure. Then, yeah, it's also all this, let's call it reconnaissance stuff and brute forcing thing that is really something that you usually don't have to do in attack defense CTFs. But in Jeopardy's, you only know, okay, this is the IP address of the service, and then you have to, for example, brute force directories. In an attack defense, you already know that yeah, you have basically the source code or the binary of the challenge, and you know how it works.
Thank you, Sarsek. Thank you to the German team. Great results at the end, and we, of course, are hoping that you will join our upcoming events. You are most welcome. Thank you. So as we go on, logically, the next ranking is the second, and I have to say we don't have to go too far, because the second team is Duck Duck No! Woohoo! From Estonia. Now the video call isn't too far. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, I sense some seriousness in your voice. How are you feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. It was a really interesting CTF with a lot of good challenges. However, in the last hour, we got overtaken by the first team. So we were really pushing to the last minute to get that lead back.
We saw that. We saw that because
actually we had a secret task to teams who ended the top 3, a special Zoom background to promote your position in this year's Cyber Battle at the Emirates. I'm sure you can still do it, but tell us, were you certain of victory 30 minutes before the end when you were still leading?
We were getting pretty certain, but we weren't losing the hope. Like we weren't losing our caution. We were still pushing on with the challenges, trying to fix all the problems we had. But in the end, we didn't manage to solve the puzzle. We were so close, but we didn't make it.
Well, you were taking some last-minute hints. I believe you took like four hints in just a period of a couple of minutes. Was that desperation?
We have a term we use in our team called Hail Mary, which is for all the things that we're uncertain about, we spend the last 15 minutes doing everything in our power to get them.
So the most...
so we left some of the tasks that we weren't really sure about to the very end, and then tried to score the hints to get our position better.
So you dived into the unexpectedness and then took your chances. So this is the glory of this competition, that these things happen.
Yeah, I gotta ask you, CTFs are all about learning through playing. So can you tell me, what did your team learn by going through those 6 hours and 20 minutes?
So we actually learned 2 things. Since in the Cyberhunt contest, which was just a few days ago, we were playing all together in the same room. So today was actually kind of like a field test of our remote setup. So can we actually compete remotely? In addition, I think I can say for all of us that we had some really interesting challenges that really expanded our technical knowledge.
So what is the takeaway? What will you use that you gained from this CTF that you can use to if you go and conquer the next one?
We have a lot of notes on all the tasks, and probably some of the tasks will be useful in future CTFs as well.
I have a question. How do you guys practice? What do you guys use to get better? I mean, in between competitions, do you have any strategies?
So we kind of practice during the competitions. We've never, for the last few years, we've never really cared about the ranking. And we just played in competitions, tried to see how we do and what are the tasks, and collecting older tasks. In Estonia, we also have a little summer camp thing where we all go out to do some more exercises and train together and try to focus on the teamwork aspects.
Do you guys keep a repository of all of the tasks that you have tried and the solutions for it, so that your other team members, do you guys share your own write-ups? Because I know some teams do that.
We try to do that, yeah. But sometimes we don't have the motivation to go back to a CTF and start writing them down.
Of course.
That's
Excellent.
good
job,
spirit, Dr. No. Thank you. This is the
Thank
attitude
you.
we actually are expecting and we're wishing for. That's great. So second place, perfect job. But not as perfect as the one of the team number 1. So I think no need to delay on that one. Most of us are already familiar who are those guys. From Italy, Team Zenhack, number 1. Oh yeah. This was a real struggle between DuckDuckNo and Zenhack. Do we have Zenhack on the line?
Yes, here we are.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone.
So victory.
Are you celebrating?
Yes.
How are you celebrating?
So from home, drinking something tonight.
Yeah, that's
the best way to celebrate. At home, drinking something nice.
that's the hardcore partying in 2020. Being at home, thinking something nice. So how was it?
The tagline of everybody's life.
Yeah. So what are the freshest thoughts on the CTF?
It was really close because we won by 1 challenge, I think.
Yeah.
And they probably had the flag, but they didn't manage to submit in time. Yeah, but we were really lucky, but it was exhausting, an exhausting CTF, I think.
So in the first round, we managed to get first by finishing the challenge in the half of time. In the second phase, we reached second place because we didn't get.
Oh.
That's bad. We dropped.
I think the internet connection finally gave up.
Better now than before.
Yeah. Tell us about your last seconds. So we were in dark mode. You didn't see if DuckDuckNo was coming to get you or not. Were you in those last seconds thinking that they might just pull that last flag or 2 last flags and take the leading position from you?
Absolutely, yes. Yes, because so we unlocked 2 wins for 1 challenge because we thought they could get another flag, so we had to get ourselves a flag. We unlocked 2 wins, but we didn't manage to get the flag, so we were a little bit depressed because in our mind they got the flag, but hopefully for us at least they didn't manage, so here we are.
So even
did you guys feel that did you guys feel that even though it was a remote competition, that the stress of the competition was still kind of very real, as in like you still, when you're in a real CTF, you look across the other teams, right? You're like, you think they have it?
Yeah, and last year when we were in Russia, we managed to get a position at the very last minute, very last second, and we exploded with joy in front of everyone. So probably we would do the same if it was in presence. Yeah.
So I think next time we should have a Zoom session like this where all of the teams members can just put their video on anyway. So, we can look at facial expressions and like who's celebrating and who's looking like they have like a really bad headache.
Yeah, this would be entertaining. So, Zenhack, even though you won, we still want to ask you, what is the takeaway? What did you learn?
Well, a lot. From my point of view, the DNS challenge taught me a lot because I had to in deep study this technology. I'm not very confident with it, but for myself, DNS. I don't know, Jotino probably solved a lot of challenges.
How about your other members? Yeah, speak up, guys.
So for me, it was an ICTF because of the rules. So having 3 different set of challenges make us work in team in a very clever way. So also working on maximum 5 challenges in parallel, I think it was nice to coordinate our team.
Thank you so much, ZenHack. So, Dylan, any last greetings?
I just want to say it was an excellent game, and thank you so much to all of the guys for joining us, even though it was only a 6-hour CTF, and I know people have things to do, right? And schools to attend, and homework and assignments and all of those other stuff, even though you have to do it from home. But I hope you guys had fun, and it was at least interesting 6 hours that you guys spent, and I hope everybody learned something. And a big thank you, obviously, to Cyberhunt and CTF Tech for putting it together, and to all the sponsors. Thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it. I think it was great.
Thank you, Dylan. Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to say 2 things to all the teams watching this, also viewers. So first thing, Cyber Battle of the Emirates actually is not over yet. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Gulf time, so converted to your time zone respectively. 2 p.m. Gulf time, we have another live session with a couple of task walkthroughs, and I can say that we are going to take some tasks for a walkthrough that were not done by any team from phase 2, and also something from phase 1 that was not done by many teams. So it's going to be, I think, very interesting. We can also continue with Q&A tomorrow. But the other thing I really want to say is that I'm really certain we will meet all of you, all of our teams, all of our viewers, all of the fans, very soon, face-to-face in any other event. Maybe it's next year's Cyber Battle of the Emirates, maybe it's some other event, but I'm sure instead of virtual, we are one day again going to meet each other face-to-face.
I just want to say, this is such a right thing to say, man. I'm actually looking forward to seeing you all live, because, of course, we can do it virtually as well, but as we have heard from all the teams, everybody's really missing to see other people, and as Dylan said, be in the same room, seeing everybody's facial expressions and whether they are like really happy or concentrated. So this is an important part of the CTF. So yeah, we hope for that as well.
Most importantly is the after party, man. I mean, when you finish the CTF, we always have an after party anyway, on every single day of the CTF, and yeah, we're missing that. I miss that. I know a lot of the CTF players are probably missing that. But yeah, hopefully next year we can meet up again.
We're all going to have a big party here in CTF Tech as well, all thinking good thoughts in random corners of this building. So that's the drill. 2020.
Let's give one final round of applause to all of our organizers, sponsors, viewers, and of course the teams.
Yep, here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, and see you tomorrow.